Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Make sure y'all getting them likes up. We in the building, man. Double tap that screen, get them likes up. What's up, y'all? We in here. It's a lot going on, man. If I do say so myself, it's a lot going on, man. I'm whipping like a chef. Right to the left. Took my next breath. What's up with it, y'all? Happy New Year's to everybody out there, man. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to y'all, man. It's a lot going on. Shout out to the squad, man. Make sure y'all get them likes up. K-Sale, my guy, says Happy New Year, man. What's up with it? Annie, what's the deal? She in here. Yeah, man, I'm back. Y'all already know what it is, man. I can never leave y'all without information, man. It just wouldn't be right if I left y'all without information, man. I wouldn't feel right with myself, man. Shout out to everybody out there. We most definitely in the building, man. It's most definitely some crazy things that's done went on today, man. Shout out to everybody out there, man. What's up, y'all? Make sure y'all double tapping that screen, get them likes up, man. This everything news, man. Yeah, man. It's crazy. Possible link to ISIS, guys. A possible connection between both events that happened today. You know what I'm saying? This ain't your run-of-the-mill news channel, man. This is everything news, man. We're going to cover everything news. What's up? Make sure you double tapping that screen if you in the building. Happy New Year to you and wifey and family already. What's up, Daniela? Shooting at Queens, New York now too, man. Hell, Lord, have mercy, man. They busting everywhere. They is busting everywhere. What's up, King Line? You know I'm going to bring you all I got, man. Continue to click those three dots. Continue to hit that like button, man. Get the likes all the way up, y'all. Get the likes all the way up, man. How many of y'all out there done heard about the Tesla truck? That blew up in Las Vegas, you know what I'm saying? Outside of one of Trump buildings. Yeah, it's a lot going on, man. We got a lot to get to, man. Double tap that screen, get them likes up, man. Yeah, we got 20 people. We need 20 likes. Continue to step on that like button. I done hurt my finger. But we all good, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody in here, man. Make sure y'all double tapping that screen. She say, right, Mix. Yeah, man. Livenberg was the Cybertruck. Wow, man. Yeah, man. Was the Cybertruck driver. He was unalive during the Cybertruck thing, too. He stayed in the truck. Had gasoline and everything in the back of that thing, man. That's crazy. They saying there's possible ties in between the two. From Las Vegas to what happened in New Orleans. Most definitely saying there's a chance they could be linked through ISIS, man. You know what I'm saying? Double tap that screen, get the likes up. Y'all know we most definitely gonna get to it. You know what I'm saying? We most definitely gonna get to it. Continue to double tap that screen, man. We're gonna talk all about it. You know what I'm saying? I might even drop the call-in number, you know what I'm saying, and take into perspective what some of y'all got to say, man. So make sure you double tapping that screen if you ain't doing nothing else. Get those likes up. We in here. We got 23 people. We need 23 likes. Click those three dots. Hit that like button, man. We in the pregame. You know what I'm saying? We only been in here 4 minutes. Double tap that screen, get the likes up, subscribe to the channel if you new. We on the road to 20K, man. We at 18.4, man. You know what I'm saying? Make sure y'all subscribing if you're not subscribed. This world going crazy. Ain't that right, Danielle? These people is stripping out here, man. Come on, y'all. Double tap that screen. Let's start this year off right. Absolutely, man. If you made it into the new year 2025, double tap that screen, man. Let me know that you alive. This has been a lot of news, man. Here, Happy New Year. Belinda, I'm telling you, man, it never ceases to amaze me how much stuff go on in the world from day to day, man. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy, man. Yeah, man. You know what I'm saying? President Biden most definitely done spoke out on both attacks, man. You know what I'm saying? He done spoke out on both attacks. Most definitely had some words to say. I think Trump done said something, as well as Elon Musk, guys. Elon Musk done came out, and spoke on the incident with the cyber truck. He actually helped the authorities get into the truck to calm the blaze. I bet y'all didn't know that, man. It's a lot going on, man. Double tap that screen. We finna get into it all. Appreciate the likes, y'all. Already, K-Cell, tell them. Leticia, what's up? You know what I'm saying? My boy Heavy, what's up, dog? We in here, man. You know what I'm saying? We finna get to it. We 6 minutes in, man. Make sure you double tapping that screen. Get them likes up. A lot of people were shocked by the events that happened today. AJ, what's up? You know I was gonna be here, girl. You knew I was gonna be here. It was too much going on today not to be here, man. You know I had to pull up. I gotta keep the people informed on what's going on. So you knew I'd be here. You know what I'm saying? Happy New Year to you, AJ. It is now 2025. We made it. You know what I'm saying? We most definitely made it. Oh man, it's all good in the hood, man. I'm staying away from all these crazies. AJ, you know what I'm saying? It's some crazy people out here. They blowing up cyber trucks, blowing up everything, tripping what they sell. We 7 minutes in, man. Make sure if you just now entering the building, you most definitely double tap that screen, man. Get them likes all the way up, man. It's crazy out here, man. And I got a lot of news to give. So the quicker we get the likes up, the quicker we get the show started, the quicker we get down to business. You know what I'm saying? So we can see what in the world is going on with these people, man. For real, for real. Dang, man. It's crazy, man. 2 events happening in 2 different places that could simultaneously be connected, y'all. Check this out. 15 people unalive in each situation. You hear me? They could be linked. And 15 people was unalive in each situation. That's 30 people, y'all. You know what I'm saying? How crazy is that? The total of people that was unalive from Vegas to New Orleans was 15 people apiece. And they saying that the trucks, the truck that was used in the attack that happened in New Orleans was also rented through the same company that the attacks was used in Vegas. They saying it's a connection. They saying that the dude in New Orleans was flying an ISIS flag in the back of his truck, guys. His family members, neighbors, people who knew him and grew up with him is shocked by his actions. It's a lot going on, man. Make sure you double tapping that screen. We finna get right into it. Share it live, man. You know what I'm saying? If you got a community wall, you know what I'm saying? Make sure you share this live. It's most definitely gonna be informative, y'all. So Prolific, what's up, my guy, man? We about to get into it. You know what I'm saying? We only 9 minutes in. I'm waiting on there. I'm giving everybody opportunity to fall in that's going to fall in before we get started because, it's a lot of information, man. We might be here a while. You know what I'm saying? We might be here a while with all the information that's done came out on this incident from channel to channel to channel, man. You know what I'm saying? As well as I got some things going on my Instagram. Man, they told me that there was an unaliving situation that was going on in New York right now. Just subbed. Already, Zach. Man, we be in the building with this news, bro. It ain't your typical news show. Don't get it twisted. This is crazy, y'all. This is crazy, man. This is crazy. If you look, the situation you're looking at on the screen, I think it's New Orleans. Before they knew exactly what was going on with old buddy, this is somebody that was recording all the police outside. You know what I'm saying? They thought it was a hostage situation. Turned out it was much more than that. It's crazy, man. Prayers for New Orleans as well as prayers for Las Vegas, man. 15 people unalived in these situations. Many more injured, man. It's crazy, y'all. Don't think this all we gonna do if you just flipping through the channel. But this not all we gonna do. This just a pregame. I'm just giving people time to fall in. You know what I'm saying? So if you fall in here, make sure you stick and stay. Thanks for the subscription already, man. You know what I'm saying? If you're looking to support the channel, you can most definitely do so through Super Chat or Super Sticker. If you want me to reach it directly and don't have to wait on it, you can most definitely hit that cash out. Yeah, because I'm about to take you down through there. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? If you new over here, ain't never been over here, don't know, I'm about to take you down through there on this whole situation. What happened? I'm in Vegas. I heard the Cybertruck blew up. What else happened now? Well, you know, they had the situation in New Orleans as well. They done found out the name of the Cybertruck driver. You know what I'm saying? He most definitely locked himself inside the vehicle, you know, and he was unalived as soon as the truck blew up, basically. You know what I'm saying? And the law say he's still in the truck right now. They ain't even get him out. They left him in there. Make sure you double tapping that screen, man. Get them likes up. Y'all know we finna get to it. Yeah, if you new, don't be discouraged. What you see on the screen right now ain't all that's gonna go on in this live stream, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm most definitely gonna pull the screen down and we finna get to it, man. We gonna find out what's the possible connection between, yeah, that's nuts. I already know Me 22, that's crazy. But they saying that it's possibly ISIS, y'all. They saying old dude from Houston that did that in New Orleans has possible ties to ISIS, and so does the one in Las Vegas. He's definitely not alone, because who could have stopped that fire after his demise? Also, where and how did they know where to find those bombs? This is not the work of ISIS. This is very much sloppy. Well, I'm saying they had the flags flying in the back, Lady A. I can't, you know what I'm saying? I can't just, you know, Kiss, what's up, old girl? You know what I'm saying? You came in naked. You forgot your shirt. Shout out to Kiss in the building. What's up, Sco Thick? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to you. Yeah, man, we finna get to it, though. We finna find out why they think that ISIS is involved. They most definitely are saying that these two events could be connected. So don't get it twisted, man. They could have been working in sync. We finna most definitely get to it, though. They found a link within the rental companies that the truck in New Orleans was tied to, as well as the truck in Las Vegas. So it's some possible connections. Make sure you double tapping that screen. Get them likes up, man. We 14 minutes in. 40 likes, 14 minutes. Get the likes up. Let's go thick, man. I know y'all was covering it. Well, I know y'all was covering it as well. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot going on, man. I might got a little bit more information that y'all might have missed, you know what I'm saying? Because, you know, I'm going to take it down through there. If they putting it out, we looking at it. We examining it. We going to find out what's going on one way or the other. Make sure you double tapping that screen, guys. Let me go ahead and jump up in here real quick. Let y'all know that it's most definitely I. Yeah, it's most definitely I. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Y'all know how we rocking, man. Everything news up in here. Yeah, man, you most definitely rocking with the best. We most definitely finna go down through there, you know, in this whole situation, from what's going on in Las Vegas, as well as what went on in New Orleans, man. You can't knock it. What's up, y'all? Make sure you join the squad if you're not a part, man. You know what I'm saying? You most definitely want to get down with the Sidewalk Gang over here on Everything News, where I bring you the news you can use, man. What's up, K-Cell? You know what I'm saying? My boy Gene in the building. He say, just join. Happy New Year's already, man. You ain't missed nothing. We only 16 minutes in. You know we in the pregame, but we most definitely finna get down to it, y'all. We finna get to it. You can believe that. You know what I'm saying? You can believe that. Most definitely finna get to it. It's crazy out here, man. You know what I'm saying? They done revealed some of the victims, some of the people who lost their lives due to this situation. They done put some of them out. You know what I'm saying? My hair brings you everything. Yeah, man, we gonna run down through the whole everything. You know what I'm saying? We need to know exactly what it is and what it ain't, what's going on. You know, this was a terrible event that took place today, man. Real talk. And like I said, they discovered possible connections, you know, with these people. This the dude that did it right here that's on my thumbnail. This him. You know what I'm saying? He's from Houston, Texas. I done forgot his name. I'm pretty sure they gonna put it in here too. His name is, whatever, Den Jabbar. It looked like Shams, I don't know how to pronounce this dude's name. Y'all know I get it. I mess it all the way up. Shams something, though. Shams Jabbar. That's what I'm going to say. His name is Shams Jabbar. You know what I'm saying? He's 42 years old out of Texas. Has been identified. He most definitely passed away. A suspect who drove the pickup truck into the crowd. This is him right here. You know what I'm saying? This is the one they've been talking about. You know what I'm saying? Have a look into the eyes of a madman. You know what I'm saying? A madman, crazy person. But his family say they don't know nothing about that. His friends say they didn't know he was crazy like that. Eugene say, I'm shocked. Well, this is him, guys. If you never seen it, this is he. This is the crazy man. You know what I'm saying? This is him. What's his name? Some Jabbar. Hold on. Shams. We gonna call him Shams Jabbar. That's his name. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he drove his truck. It says 10 people unalive, 30 injured in New Orleans mass casualty incident. But it's most definitely past 10 now. It said 15. 15 in each situation, guys. You know what I'm saying? 15 in each situation. It says FBI Houston and the Harris County Sheriff's Office are currently conducting law enforcement activity near the intersection of Hugh Road and Crescent Park Drive in North Houston. We have secured a perimeter in the area and are asking for people to avoid the area. FBI Houston personnel and specialized teams will be on site for several hours. This activity is related to this morning's New Orleans attack. But due to the ongoing nature of the investigation, no further information can be provided, y'all. This was earlier today, because they most definitely done dropped a whole bombshell on everybody regarding this situation with this guy, man. I mean, it's crazy, man. The president done came out and spoke. You know, he most definitely had some words about all this, man. It's crazy out here, y'all. It's crazy. You know what I'm saying? Believe me when I tell you.
10 people are dead and dozens more hurt.
Hold up.
Police say a man intentionally drove a pickup truck into a crowd on New Year's.
Yeah, this happened along the city's famed Bourbon Street. Eyewitness News reporter Jaysha Patel joins us live in the newsroom with more on what some are calling an act of terrorism. Jaysha.
John and Rachel, we know the driver of that vehicle who was armed is dead, and the mayor of New Orleans is calling this an act of terrorism.
They use that T-word, that's serious.
35 injured.
Following breaking news, a horrific situation unfolded.
They use that T-word, it's serious.
In New Orleans.
This is what we know so far. So around 3:15 in the morning, local time in New Orleans, police say a man in a white pickup truck drove down Bourbon Street around barriers at a very fast pace and plowed into a large group of people. Police say the driver did this intentionally, and he was also armed. After that truck stopped, the man shot at officers with an assault rifle. He was shot and killed, and we know 2 officers were also shot, but they are in stable condition this morning. The FBI says improvised explosive devices were found, and they're currently checking to see if those devices are viable. And there were obviously many people on Bourbon Street last night. People were still celebrating New Year's
Lord,
Eve,
have mercy.
and many
Prayers
people
for
are
New
in town
Orleans.
for the Sugar Bowl. Authorities say they believe at this time, majority of the people injured are locals, not tourists. This is what we know so far. So
What's
around
up, Stacks,
3:15 in the
Mac?
morning,
Hold on.
local.
Now with the latest on the horrific breaking news out of New Orleans, where a car plowed into a group of revelers on Bourbon Street. We have just learned that 10 people are now confirmed dead, 30 others injured. Police say this was an intentional act. The suspect, we're told, is on the loose. This is video from Bourbon Street captured by our ABC station WGNO in New Orleans. Authorities say the driver took off after hitting the victims and is not yet in custody. All this happening around 3:15 this morning. Eyewitnesses on the scene and on social media are reporting a very grim scene. They're saying they've seen that truck plow into the barricades and the crowds of people. The New Orleans Police Department says it was 100% staffed for New Year's Eve and the Sugar Bowl today, and that an additional 300 officers were already on duty from outside agencies. We are, of course, working to confirm more information for you, but again, a very grim scene. Now with the latest on the horrific breaking news.
You know what I'm saying? It's crazy, but it gets they don't think it stopped there. They added more. It says we out here. CB says we out here going against each other and being attacked on our own land. I'm just saying, man, it's most definitely going on. It's crazy, y'all. From New Orleans to Las Vegas, they both had tragedies today. You know, one with a cyber truck, one with a regular truck, both rented from the same company, man. You know what I'm saying? Most definitely. Let's go here, man. Let me take y'all down through here real quick. You know what I'm saying? Let's talk about it. Hold on. You know what I'm saying? The possible connection between them both, y'all. You know what I'm saying? They most definitely gave it to us. Check this out.
There is a link between the deadly terror attack in New Orleans and the Tesla Cybertruck explosion that happened outside of Trump International Hotel in Las Vegas. This is some new video of that explosion.
My goodness,
you see it there
y'all.
outside the Trump Hotel.
This is for
the
educational
driver of that
purposes
vehicle was
only,
killed.
man. Did y'all
7
see
others
that?
were injured, and we now know that that's driver
Oh my
of
God,
Trump
y'all. Check
International
it out.
Hotel in Las Vegas. This is some new video of that explosion. You see it there outside the Trump Hotel.
Golly.
The driver of that vehicle was killed. 7 others were injured, and we now know that that Cybertruck was rented in Colorado.
We are learning from our John.
The Cybertruck was rented in Colorado. Also, the truck that was that old dude used was rented as well from the same place, y'all. Flying his ISIS flag. That sounds like he was. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They use that T word. That means it's serious. Double tap that screen. Make sure you're getting the likes up, man. Shoot your boy some gifts through here. We most definitely need at least 3 gifts per live. I don't care if it costs a quarter, man. Send it across the screen. CB say my hair is about to get wicked. I'm telling you, it's about to go down.
Multiple law enforcement officers, this person who died in this attack, the driver of the Cybertruck, has a military background. Now, authorities say they do know the name of this driver, but they are not releasing this person's identity until they notify the next of kin. But they did say that this person rented the Cybertruck.
Somebody said, why pick a Cybertruck? Elon Musk. And they blew it up right in front of Trump, one of Trump buildings. I want to say Trump Tower in Las Vegas. Whatever building it was, it had association with Trump. If you look in the background, it say Trump on the gold thing in front of the building. This is one of Trump buildings that they blew up one of Elon Musk trucks. You know what I mean? In front of Trump stuff. Think about it. Trump, Musk. The Cybertruck is Musk. And the building is Trump.
In Colorado via Turo, drove the Cybertruck down to Las Vegas, and was in Vegas for about an hour before it pulled in front of Trump Tower in the valet area when that explosion happened. We were able to see video that they released that shows the explosives that were contained inside. Right there.
There go the stuff they was talking about, the gasoline and all of that was in the back of the truck. So this wasn't no mistake. The truck didn't just catch on fire. You know what I'm saying, and blow up. No. You know what I'm saying? They meant for it to go just like this. You know, they blew it up. Old dude sacrificed himself to blow that truck up in front of Trump Tower and unalive 15 people. Shout out to Ms. Legine for that first gift. Appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? I don't care if they cost a quarter. We need at least 3 of them per live. I'm just
There
saying.
you can see the Tesla bed, the Cybertruck bed, and some of those explosives included fireworks, gas tanks, and camping fuel, and all of that was connected to a detonation device that was controlled by the driver. Now, what's incredible that the sheriff pointed out is that the explosion was really contained to the Cybertruck because of the way that the Cybertruck is built. Accordingly, apparently, the explosion went upwards, not outward, and so none of the glass at the Trump Tower was broken. 7 people were injured with minor...
Yes, both trucks, the one in Eno and the one in Las Vegas, were both rented from the same rental company.
Injuries, but all of them are okay and they have been released from the hospital. Now, Las Vegas police believe this was an isolated incident. They are not willing to say at this point that it is connected to the New Orleans incident, but they are investigating. And it is unusual that both drivers did use the Turo app to rent
both of these
those cars.
Today.
So obviously this is part of the investigation. We did really receive a statement from Turo tonight that says they're cooperating. They also said that neither of the drivers had a criminal background that would alert them as a security threat. Brianna?
Yeah, lots of questions here. Veronica, thank you for that. With us now, former FBI Deputy Director Andrew McCabe. We have former Assistant Secretary of Homeland Security Juliette Kayyem and former Boston Police Commissioner Ed Davis with us. Andy, you have President Biden confirming tonight officials are investigating whether there's a link between these two attacks.
You hear them talking about whether or not it is a link. That's because they saying that the trucks were both rented from the same place, and then they thinking ISIS may have had something to do with it too. So that's what they discussing right now. You know what I'm saying? Is there a link? But then on my Instagram, I'm gonna show y'all in a minute where they's talking about that the rental truck place is saying, "Hey man, both trucks was rented from us."
So we've talked about some of the similarities. What are the things you're looking at that could point in that direction?
What's up, Patty?
Well, so far, Brianna, we have 2 not necessarily relevant similarities, right? We know they both went to the same rental car agency, essentially this online service that facilitates private citizens leasing their own or renting their own cars to people. So they both use that same service. And we know that they are both.
So he just confirmed what I told y'all. Both cars rented from the same rental company. Yeah, for real. Yeah, that's why they saying it could be a link in them.
They both have military backgrounds. But again,
both people
these
have
are
military
things that could easily have been coincidence. That's not to say that these 2 events are not related. They wouldn't be investigating that very question if they thought it was something that wasn't possible. And if it turns out, and again, this is a big if because we don't know that at this point, but if it turns out that these 2 individuals knew each other, then we have a very significant issue on our hands here. That points to a conspiracy, coordinated effort that spans a large area, right? 2 very different states. We know the Las Vegas attacker started in Colorado, drove to Las Vegas and detonated that
they
truck
talking
there,
about both situations right now.
The New Orleans attacker started in Houston.
They didn't just give us one. They talking about both situations. Make sure you double tapping that screen, getting them likes up. You know what I'm saying? Click the 3 dots and hit the thumbs up. Let's get the likes to 100, guys.
Ended up, of course, in New Orleans to commit his attack. So connecting these 2 would be highly significant.
Unapologetic.
But we are not quite on the verge of doing that at this point. We need a lot more detail to figure out if there are actually any interactions between these 2 people. Law enforcement has many resources, intelligence resources, law enforcement resources out there.
Just so you don't forget, they saying both people had military backgrounds. Both people rented their vehicles from the same spot. One of them had an ISIS flag in the back. You know what I'm saying? They trying to see if it's a possible connection within the 2.
So that they can push against to see if there are any indicators that I'm sure they're doing exactly that.
Shout out to you.
Yeah, and Juliette, according to our John Miller, both the alleged Vegas perpetrator here and this New Orleans suspect, as Andy mentioned, had military backgrounds, so they both appear to be veterans. Both electric vehicles, both rented on Turo, as Andy also noted there. Explosive devices in both. I think we should note that, although the suspect in New Orleans was not able to detonate them before police took him out. There's also
another possible thing that led them to believe they may be connected. The Tesla truck had explosives in the back, and so did the one in New Orleans. That's three things. Could it be a coincidence? I'm almost willing to bet that probably in the end of the day, they're going to wind up finding out that these two know each other. And that this just wasn't a spontaneous thing that a person thought of in one day. No, this was something that they planned out. Both vehicles had explosive in the bed of the truck.
So potentially some differences here. So where does that lead investigators as they're looking for further concrete links?
Yes, I think the connections that you and Andy describe, as well as just the fact they're on the same day, not many hours apart, would lead any investigator and any federal entity to determine whether there were linkages. Was there some coordination around timing and methods and means? But there are also a lot of differences. For one, the second attack in Las Vegas, sort of you combine Elon Musk and Donald Trump and the Trump Tower, that suggests someone who had a political focus against them or wanted to make a statement about one or both of them. That's not a coincidence. Elon Musk and Donald Trump.
See what I'm saying? When I just told y'all, think about it. The Tesla truck, Elon Musk. Trump Tower, Trump. Musk, Trump. That's what that, man, I tell you, I be so, man, I ain't even watched this one right here yet. You know, that's just something I thought about when I seen it. They just confirmed it too, man. I'm quick. I've been doing the news too long. I'm just saying.
That terrorism towards them, right, and the violence that was perpetrated presumably because of them is a form of terror, of course. We've seen the former and future president, also be the victim of 2 assassination attempts. So this seems different as compared to what in New Orleans, which is very similar to what happened in Europe, right? That in France and Germany and elsewhere, where a car is simply used to mow down a lot of people. In this instance, and also utilization of a gun and other things where you have.
We need 30 more people on that like button.
Who are motivated
3 dots, hit the thumbs
by terrorism, but maybe also in this case by other things, and that's what we will determine and what will be learned. Why is this relevant? It's a very different threat environment if this was coordinated for the nation. It just is. But if there are explanations for both that are limited to both of them.
20 more on that like button, man. Shout out to Penny for that gift. Appreciate it.
It certainly does. Ed, it's possible that law enforcement is poised to find out a lot of information because they are waiting on federal authorization to search a Houston home that they believe is connected to
and
the
they
New
most
Orleans
definitely
suspect. And
did
authorities
that.
are saying they're hours and hours away from being able to enter that home. What are they looking for? How quickly do they need to get in there?
Happy New Year to everybody in the building, man.
Hi, Brianna. It's really important that they get in there as quickly as possible. The attorneys will be assisting in writing up the documents and making sure that everything meets constitutional muster. And that can be done fairly quickly. I'm sure that overnight there's going to be
We need 14 more on that like button, man.
In every case.
Hey, y'all, don't be shy to hit that like button. Click those 3 dots, hit the thumbs up. We need 14 out of you 126 people to hit that like button.
That we have. The investigators work around the clock to make sure they're getting everything that they can. And I was often awoken at 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning with the latest information. So all of that is in process right now. And my colleagues have said exactly the right thing. It is critically important that the investigators run down.
Shout out to Denise for that gift. Shout out to you, girl.
And also look at social media. Look at any writings that they're going to find. And importantly, look at who his circle of friends are and acquaintances, people that he's been in contact with. And that information will come from the house.
12 more
and
people, double tap that screen, get the likes up.
Methodically go through each one of these individuals and question them. The other thing it's important in this case is it is such a high-profile case that anybody who had contact with this man will be reporting things to the authorities, and I think that's where we get a lot of our leads in a case like this.
And Juliet, the New Orleans, sorry, go on.
Man, this is crazy, y'all.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think I heard feedback. Crazy. I thought you were chiming in there, Juliet. I do want to note the New Orleans suspect made this series of videos talking about joining ISIS, also wanting to kill his family. He had an ISIS flag with him. Now we do have these questions of whether...
There go the ISIS plug. Remember I told y'all about ISIS? You know what I'm saying? This dude has been making live streams, talking greasy. Basically, and now they said that he wanted to unalive his people too as well. This crazy.
There are some connections.
Some crazy people out there, y'all.
We are going
10 more people.
To learn that there were big red flags before this attack?
I think so. Part of it is going to depend on two things. One is the radicalization process. There's lots of, was it relatively quick? It's honestly, it seems like what we know now, it was relatively quick, so that there might not be lots of tentacles to investigate. It may be also ISIS took advantage, or ISIS or people on social media, of a person who was searching for a cause to reflect his anger that he clearly
had. They keep throwing ISIS out there, y'all.
Family. So when we say ISIS, there's a lot, or connections to ISIS. There's a difference between ISIS directed, which we saw in Paris.
They keep throwing ISIS out there, man.
And ISIS inspired.
I don't think that's a coincidence.
Meaning it makes a huge difference for our purposes in terms of what are ISIS's plans here. Are they now launching another wave? And
we need 8 more people on that like button.
Western European cities as well as the United States. And so and it goes to the most important thing, which is New Orleans safe now, or is Las Vegas safe now? They are, again, going to hold a major event tomorrow night. I think they should. They will increase security there. Whether this is,
this is a
person who felt that they needed to do
6 more. We need 3 more people on that like, man.
Were motivated by the language and violence of ISIS as compared to directed. That's a very significant difference for
what's up, Dan?
For the victims and for the city of New Orleans right now.
That's crazy. All right, hold on. You know what I'm saying? Because there's more. You know what I'm saying? There's more. Okay, so they talking about old dude. This is him right here. You know what I'm saying? This is the dude that ran into the people in New Orleans, y'all. This is him right here. You know what I'm saying? This is from his personal little old page or whatever, where he was talking about this and talking about that. We need 3 more people on that like button, man. You know what I'm saying? This is him in the flesh right here. This is the guy, that ran into them people in New Orleans right here. This is him. You know what I'm saying? We gonna take a look at what he had to say, as well as them telling you about they went to his home in Houston and raided it today as well. You know what I'm saying? This is crack, man. I got everything it is to be everything. Shout out to the people that sending me stuff on IG, man. You know what I'm saying? We need 1 more on that like. Double tap that screen, get the like up, man. Get the likes up. We need to see 100 points on the board. I told y'all I got everything. We gonna walk down everything over here, man. Shout out to whoever just hit that like button. Most definitely appreciate it. It don't stop there. If you new over here, subscribe to the channel. We on the road to 20K. We at 18.4. Every subscribe matter. Subscribe. Let's take a look at what this guy had to say on his own behalf, y'all. I'm just saying. Yeah, man. This is the one from Bourbon Street. This is the New Orleans guy right here. Both had military background. Both had explosives in the back of the truck. You know what I'm saying? They basically said it may be a tie. Let's go.
In his own words, Jabbar identified himself as a native Texan and a military veteran.
So I'm born and raised in Beaumont, Texas, and now live in Houston.
He's from Beaumont.
I've been here all my life, with the exception of traveling for the military.
Later in the video, Jabbar says he worked in human resources and IT in the Army. He goes on to try and convince viewers that he will get them the best possible deal on a new home. Jabbar does have a criminal history, albeit not an expensive one.
This is him right here. Look at him in his younger days. Got both his ears pierced. You know what I'm saying? He don't look crazy right there, but he most definitely crazy, y'all. You know what I'm saying? This is the guy that unalived the people in New Orleans by driving his truck into the crowd.
In 2002, he was arrested in Katy for theft, and he pleaded guilty and got probation. In 2005, he was arrested in Beaumont for driving without a license. 12 News reporter Ebony Coleman joins us, and she's been diving into his history here in Southeast Texas. Ebony, we're hearing from a family friend and a classmate. What have they told you?
Hey, Kyle, that friend tells me he has known the Jabbar family for 50 years. Tonight, he's shocked and angry that Jabbar could do something like this.
Golly, family members, friends.
This is not how we knew Shamsuddin.
While the name Shamsuddin Jabbar continues to make national headlines, his roots begin in Southeast Texas, in Beaumont.
God, make
the last
Texas
time I
look
saw
bad.
Shamsuddin, very humble man.
Say very humble guy.
Okta is a longtime family friend.
Old school say this dude right here was a very humble guy. But look what he done did, man. Continue to step on that like button, double tap that screen. We finding out about Mr. Jabbar, whatever his name is. You know, I just call him Crazy Man. Crazy military man. Let's go.
Friend. He says Jabbar served in the military for 10 years.
The training of the military aligns so much with our Islamic beliefs, as well as discipline, orderliness, respect for authority.
That's why he says learning that Jabbar used this pickup truck to plow into a crowd ringing in the new year on Bourbon Street doesn't make sense.
I'd love to get my hands on whoever influenced him to think that such an acts that he did.
Man, look at that truck. He tore it all the way up. You know what I'm saying? This is the truck that he was in. This is the aftermath, you know, of what happened over there, man. Prayers for New Orleans, man. This dude most definitely lost his mind.
Well, okay. It's not okay. It has everything to do with hatred and bigotry.
Michael Roach was a former classmate of Jabbar's at Central High School in Beaumont.
We had several interactions with each other because we all had the same classes from 9th grade all the way.
This is our own boy right here. This is somebody that knew him.
Senior year.
Roach says in school, Jabbar went by Sham and was known for being smart and well-liked.
I would have thought he'd been like a CEO or an entrepreneur of his kind, and, you know, not somebody that kind of goes out, you know, and do things like this.
As to what may have caused Jabbar to snap, Roach says as a fellow veteran,
you don't know what people are dealing with.
El Okta has this message for those who lost loved ones in the attack.
The Jabbar family.
These are some of the people that
deeply
passed.
Grieved by what has happened, and send condolences to
some of the victims. Prayers for them.
Those killed and those hurt.
Now, both men are asking people not to blame Jabbar's family for his actions. I'm live in studio. Ebony Coleman, 12 News.
So, yeah, he most definitely had them. He had the laws take him out, man. You know what I'm saying? Now, people were shook. You know what I'm saying? They were shook. Lord have mercy. You know, then they started trying to see, man, look, it got to be more to it. You know what I'm saying? They keep on throwing ISIS around. ISIS. You keep on hearing ISIS. Old dude had an ISIS flag in the back of the truck. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people saying, hey, man, he ain't have no ties to ISIS. We finna find out. You know what I'm saying? They said, was the New Orleans unalive part of ISIS? We don't know. But he most definitely did a T-word attack. I might believe that he part of ISIS, you know what I'm saying? He crazy. He did some crazy stuff. Let's see what the experts got to say.
Hey, thank you so much for being on. Why is it that today ISIS and hearing about a flag on the back of a truck took us all by such surprise? Why did we all think it was no longer our problem?
Ashley, thank you for having me on. I just wanted to correct one thing, which is that I cover real estate now. I covered ISIS and Al-Qaeda for a time for the New York Times, but not anymore.
Thank you.
But regarding ISIS, I think the issue is that we just haven't been reporting on it as aggressively as we used to before.
Salute.
According to data that we have and the testimonies of Christopher Wray of the
FBI,
at any given time in the last decade, there have been around 1,000 active investigations investigations covering all 50 states of potential ISIS-inspired attackers or ISIS recruits. Since 2014,
Boss lady,
250
you listening?
have been arrested. So it's this kind of slow hum that's been ongoing. Obviously, there was a peak in 2014, 2015, and 2016 when the group held huge swaths of the Middle East and of other countries, and it has dipped off since then. But as the data that you yourself shared, it never fell off completely. And today's attack is an example of what.
Drop a one. Y'all think this dude could have been part of ISIS? If you believe he could have been part of ISIS, drop a one. If you think he just, what they call it, had a flashback or was shell shocked, this is why he did what he did, let me know. It got to be something, man. Libra baby say too. She don't think he had nothing to do with no ISIS. She think he was just a crazy military veteran that went off the deep end. I see some ones out there. Big Juice say he was looking for attention. I bet. They just said another attack in New York. Yeah, man. That's crazy. They're using the false flags to take more of our rights away. Okay, you think that this may be a governmental play. I bet. Is he? Yeah, he unalive. Danny, he most definitely unalive as well. Both of the dudes who took out people today are unalive. 15 in New Orleans, 15 in Las Vegas, man. You know what I'm saying? I see a bunch of twos. They say he just went crazy. You know what I'm saying? It's more twos than ones. They saying this man just went crazy. See what the experts say.
So, look, when we first began to learn about ISIS, most people heard the headline, it's worse than Al-Qaeda, much, much worse than Al-Qaeda. And certainly the videos and the propaganda and what we were learning seemed to comport with that. Then we saw the flag, and that became the brand. That became the mark. But today, I just was curious as to whether that's still the brand and still the mark. Does this look to you like a guy who's really allied with ISIS, or does this look like a guy who saw videos and wanted to pretend he was one of them? Or is it even possible to know?
So the data points that are publicly available now and that my own newspaper has reported is that number one, the ISIS flag was found on the back of the truck, which you're showing us now. But secondly, the most important data point that I heard today was President Biden saying that mere hours before the attack, the suspect posted a number of videos that professed his allegiance to ISIS. That is
there you go.
Kind of boilerplate ISIS, which is that these.
But maybe he was just trying to, throw off the laws and make him think that he was part of something bigger, like y'all say. But they said before he did what he did, the one in New Orleans, he started posting videos pledging his allegiance to ISIS. Now we see why they keep on throwing this ISIS name around. It's because the suspect made videos professing his allegiance to ISIS.
These people who are often inspired online, inspired remotely, they sometimes have never seen an actual ISIS member face to face. They will profess their allegiance to this ideology in an electronic digital medium in order to escalate their attack and align themselves with this larger ideology, and then go ahead and perpetrate it. What is interesting here is that officials are, as of right now, looking at this as an attack that might involve more than one person, more than just the suspect whose mugshot we're looking at now. They believe that it might be that others may be involved, in part because of the fact that there were improvised explosive devices or alleged improvised devices that were found inside the car, some of which were left in various places on the route. And that suggests to them a greater coordination. The key thing to understand about ISIS is that there's often this distinction that is made between an ISIS attack that was carried out by people who trained with the group in Iraq or Syria or elsewhere, and an inspired attack. But one of the strategic things that ISIS itself did, going all the way back to 2014, is they blurred that distinction. They made public statements through their officials, inciting people all over the world to take up their mantle, to take up their brand, saying that all you have to do is kill an infidel, kill a Christian, kill a so-called crusader.
This is for educational purposes only.
Claim it for the group,
we
and you become part of their larger cause. And they've been extremely effective in reaching people remotely who have never traveled to the Middle East or elsewhere, which is what this appears to be.
Yeah, and suggesting that one of the easiest ways and most effective ways to do so is by using a truck. Thanks for watching.
All right. So we find out, you know what I'm saying, basically that this guy made videos professing his love for ISIS and giving his, you know, everything to ISIS. You know, this is where the ISIS is coming from, as well as he had a flag of ISIS in the back of his truck. Now, y'all telling me about this New York situation. I'm most definitely looking at it. You know what I'm saying? It says 11 people were unalived at a nightclub in New York. This is happening right now. You know what I'm saying? This is happening right now. Let's take a look. Hold on, give me a second. Let me do this. Hold y'all breath. Hit that double tap that screen. We finna teleport. Oh, this is not even part of the show. But this just popped off right now. We finna go take a look at what's going on in Queens, New York at this nightclub where 11 people were just unalived. Hold on.
More initial stage on the East Coast. Also, all three coming just a few days before the inauguration of the new U.S. President, President Donald Trump. He'll be the incoming president just a few weeks from now. As we told you already, former U.S. president now, he will be the former U.S. president as he steps down. The U.S. President Joe Biden has issued a statement. He has said that the incident that took place in New Orleans is being investigated as a terrorist attack. Now, my colleague Akanksha Swaroop, who just provided us with all of those details, will be taking this next news show forward. Do continue to watch us.
And I'll rewind it. Hold up. Let's see what's going on.
Whether these three are related, particularly this most recent.
Rightly mentioned, yes, Queens is one of the boroughs which is densely populated. Till 2013, it reported approximately 47% of immigrant population. Many of them have been reportedly undocumented as well. Is this going to be yet another incident which has been orchestrated by an illegal immigrant or by an immigrant? We do not know as of now, but deeply shocking because remember,
11 people injured at a popping at a nightclub in Queens, New York, man. Breaking news.
Brooklyn and even Queens are densely populated boroughs in New York City. Brooklyn and Queens, both of them, in fact, document close to 60% of the immigrant population in New York City. But as we've also been highlighting, that the first incident that took place in New Orleans, the second being in Vegas, and now the third one being reported from one of these boroughs in New York City, goes on to indicate the gravity of these three incidents. Whether or not they all three of them are terror incidents, we'll have to await confirmation on that. But the first one, the one in New Orleans, has already been established as a terror incident. So yeah.
Thank you, Akanksha, for bringing us those details.
You know what I'm saying?
Focus on these three incidents.
Such deep accents, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking for it on the American channel.
One of which, as we've told you a little while earlier, the one that took place in New Orleans that resulted in the deaths of multiple people. In that incident in particular, the FBI is saying that the flag of the Islamic State was found in the truck that was rammed into the crowd. So there they are saying that they are investigating it as a terrorist incident. As my colleague Akanksha just highlighted, the other two incidents, one of which has just taken place a few moments ago. Details are still very much incoming. This incident taking place in Queens. All three of these are being investigated. But whether these three are related, particularly this most recent attack, one that's taking place in New York, whether it is related to the two other incidents, that obviously has yet to be confirmed. The NYPD has not publicly released who they are looking at as a suspect in this entire story. As we told you, this is extremely, extremely initial. It has just broken as of just a few moments ago, so details are still coming in. But 3 separate incidents that we are reporting right now. 2 taking place on one side of the United States. You've got one, as we've told you, taking place in New Orleans, the other taking place in Las Vegas, and this third incident that's taking place in Queens, a little outside Manhattan, at a nightclub.
Y'all know what's crazy?
We're receiving, but we'll of course confirm more details to you on this story.
Let me tell y'all done pointed me in this direction. But y'all know what's crazy about this whole New York thing? That only India people are reporting on it. You hear me? Like I'm looking for the regular channels, and none of them are reporting on this incident. Every one of them that I click on involved in this situation going on in New York is the India people on each channel. So y'all reporting this to me, but ain't no real American channel reporting on this news. Just India. The next one is India Today. Hold on. We finna go to India Today. Hold on real quick. Give me another second. Double tap that screen. Get the likes up. They showing what's going on in New York, man. I don't know, but we finna see. Hold on.
Picks up a gun and then starts mowing down people. We've seen this in schools, we've seen this in universities.
See, they the only ones that's reporting on this stuff. This is what the Tesla, this is the Tesla one. Hold on.
It's again a very polarizing issue, the issue of gun control. It's an extremely polarizing issue. But I think it's made the streets of the United States extremely...
They the only ones that's reporting on this.
Yes. I want to ask you, you correctly reminded
well, as far as the one in New York,
like New Orleans,
this
that
is
on the Christmas
this
Eve
that
in
Tesla
Germany.
truck.
Similar, the driver drove through the crowd. Here for the USA, because there are these repeated incidents that have taken place, do you think this could be the biggest test for Donald Trump right now?
The title
lot of polarizing issues coming to the fore, but the fact is there are guns and
New York attack.
There is radicalization coming in. All of that will perhaps be the biggest challenge for him.
You know, it is going to be a challenge, but I don't know whether he's ready to address the challenge the way it needs to be addressed. For example,
I don't know, y'all.
Trump gets a lot of
I'm suspicious
from the right wing, which is against...
Because why ain't no American channels reporting this yet?
Guns are a very emotional issue in the United
How do
States.
people in India?
I don't know.
How do people in India get to report on stuff going on? Well, I see some other ones. Freedom News, but ain't none of the big ones like ABC or NBC or nothing like that reporting on this. All other kind of channels. The main news ain't reporting on it. On the New York situation.
Keeps passing edicts and passing judgments on how unsafe other countries are. If you look at the kind of street crime and you look at the kind of violent crimes which happen in the United States, it makes you wonder whether it's not even more unsafe.
This is for educational purposes only, man. This is crazy.
There could be travel advisories for people trying to visit the United States, considering how rampant these attacks have become now.
How they know?
To say it's monitoring the situation in other countries. What exactly happened in New Orleans is concerning, to say the least.
I'm trying to figure out how they know about what's going on in New York before anybody else. And the only channels that's covering it is the Indian channels. You know what I'm saying? We might need to fact check. I'm just saying.
People just think about it, out and about in the markets on 1st January, dead. Because this man has rammed into them, and we are told has possible ISIS alleged links as well. Will be.
Miss Kitty say the American channels ain't gonna cover it until 6 a.m.
This is, remember, 1st January for the United States of America, and that's why many of the revelers bringing in the new year, the first day that they were enjoying. This is Queens, we are told, in NYC, and the mass shooting has taken place. These are the visuals on your screen, and because it's evening, late evening and night there, 11 people have confirmed received injuries. They've been shot at. It's a mass shooting incident. This is absolutely terrible. If there's New Orleans, then there is Las Vegas, and then this. We do not know if this is a terror attack. What exactly happened? Was this some sort of scuffle confrontation? We are getting more details on that. But we do know that a mass firing has taken place. 11 people injured. Barely hours after, a driver drove the truck into a crowd, killing innocent 15 people.
So I'm guessing this is supposed to be Queens, New York. This is supposed to be outside or whatever took place over there, where 11 people were unalive. It's crazy that the foreign stations got it before the American stations. That's crazy.
Mattu, who closely tracks the international affairs, is joining me this morning.
Lola, what's up, Lola Shaban?
What are you picking up from Queens? Barely after we had just spoken about New Orleans and Las Vegas comes in Queens.
So you're absolutely right. In fact, this is the news that is just taking, at this point in time, we're hearing that around at least 11 people have been wounded in this mass shooting incident. It's at a nightclub in New York. We know that several people have already sought medical treatment, and we know that the New York Police Department is already on the scene. But this is part of a disturbing trend that we're seeing over the last couple of days with the explosion of the Tesla Cybertruck, as well as killing several people in New Orleans. So, and many of these cases, of course, being linked to terrorism, some linked to the Islamic State. The linkages being made between these various terror incidents in January, just weeks before Donald Trump takes office as president of the United States. So, a worrying deterioration in law and order in the US right now.
Shashank, also tell me this. What are the details that you're picking up? Has this been confirmed as a terror attack or not? Because at least for New Orleans, it does appear that, and they have confirmed it as well. And for the Trump hotel explosion, Elon Musk says it's a terror attack.
I looked up the New York Post. Nobody ain't covering it besides India. India Today and the India the other channel. They covering it. Ain't nobody else covering it.
The attack in New Orleans was definitely linked to ISIS as well. An ISIS flag was found in the vehicle. Elon Musk, as you rightly said, also has made that link between acts of terrorism between what's happened in New Orleans and elsewhere. But at this point in time, because the news is so fresh with this shooting in the nightclub in which at least 11 people have been injured, we do not yet have a confirmation that this is also a terrorism related incident or a linked incident. But
remember, 1st January, the year just started.
This is supposed to be Queens right
this
there.
Is what happened. One truck driver drives through the crowd, killing innocent people. Then a cyber truck explodes, 1 person dead, many injured. And then the latest in Queens, President Biden has vowed an investigation on this. But is there a bigger danger that the USA needs to confront right now? Joining me right now on the phone line is Sushant Shareen, and Sushant, as a geopolitical strategist, has been tracking all these years what's unfolding, whether it's the Western nations or our neighbor nations. Sushant, I welcome into the telecast. Tell me this, what should one make of this, where mass shooting is normal and ISIS link comes in of an army veteran who drives through a crowd, and all of this on 1st January?
Yeah, so I think, look, we're talking about 3 incidents which have taken place, and perhaps we don't have all the information.
Man, look.
But the nature of attacks is probably
this is supposed to be happening right now in New York. They're showing all 3 of them in sync. But I can't find no American stations that's covering it. So Louisiana, Vegas, New York all had some weird ish happening. Absolutely, Lola.
We've witnessed in the United States. And people like the incoming president and one of his strongest supporters, Elon Musk, are kind of hate figures for left-wing radical groups, right? So one, I would probably, I think on the face of it, it looks like that is.
And the
those are
crazy
kind of
part
people who are
about all of
responsible
this
for that.
is the news stations in India got it before the American stations picked it up. But one of my moderators said the NY Post is covering it. I tell y'all what, man, I can't be listening to the India people the whole time. I got to get back to what I was doing, you know, covering until American station covers it. Y'all let me know if y'all find something out there with an American station. You know, Fox, NBC. Hell, Cybertruck driver name is Matthew Levisberg. He a military vet, Green Beret, 19 years. Dang, only 1, 2, 3. Yeah, man, I can't do these foreign people. I ain't gonna lie, y'all. We gonna have to, you know what I'm saying? We gonna have to get back to what we was on. But yeah, when American, you know what I'm saying, media outlet covers it, let me know. We'll go right back over there, check out what's happening tonight. They saying that yeah, I already know. Just Ice, 15 unalived on Bourbon Street, 15 also unalived at the Trump Tower in Las Vegas, man. You know what I'm saying? They saying maybe ISIS might have had something to do with it. I don't know. But they got some people who was on the scene to witness what happened on Bourbon Street. Check this out.
Of the deadly, just horrific terror attack here that happened early this morning. 15 dead, dozens more injured, and really a city on edge, a city that was supposed to be having a good time tonight. It's actually very, very quiet right now on New Year's Day as everybody grapples with what happened.
I need y'all to hold it down real quick. Continue to double tap that screen, y'all. Get the likes up. We got a goal of at least 300 likes before we get up out of here. We got 327 people in the building. Make sure you double tapping that screen. Click those 3 dots. Hit that thumbs up. And most definitely, if you don't do nothing else, subscribe to the channel, man. We on the road to 20K. We at like 18.4. Every subscribe matter. Subscribe. They finna tell us a little bit more about what happened in New Orleans. They spoke to some of the eyewitnesses of the attack, man. Shout out to y'all. Watch this real quick. Finna get my coffee.
Here this morning. I want to talk to 2 eyewitnesses to this tragic act of terror. I want to bring in Ruth and Jonathan Chavez. They were in town for the Saints game this past weekend. They were out last night. They were on Bourbon Street when all of this went down. Thank you both so much for being with us. I feel for you guys. I mean, I can't imagine what this was like. Ruth, just walk me through it, because I haven't heard anyone do that yet. Walk me through what happened from the beginning.
Okay, we were out on Bourbon Street and we were having a great time, and because my son is only 17, there's a lot of places they wouldn't let us in, so we mostly stayed on Bourbon Street, and we were having a great time, and it was kind of winding down, and at the end of the night, and we ended up going inside of a bar that had live music, and within a few minutes that we were in there, we heard really loud gunshots, and everybody was running, and the people in the business we were at, in the bar
Two
we
of
were
the people
at,
that was in
they locked the doors, and they shut us
Vegas,
in there,
y'all.
and they made us get down, and I think that's what saved
not
our
Las
lives,
Vegas, Bourbon
because
Street,
if
New
we were
Orleans.
out on that street, we would have definitely been shot. And by the time we came outside, that's when we saw the truck that was crashed. We saw the EMS working on a young man, and they were working on him for so long trying to save him, and he was not breathing, and I was just in tears because there's nothing we can do but just stand there and watch.
Shout out to Mussolini for that $2. He say, man, y'all hit that like button, man. Make sure y'all hitting that like button. Support the channel, man. Shout out to you, Mussolini. Appreciate that $2. These are eyewitnesses from what happened on Bourbon Street, giving their account of what they seen, y'all, and heard.
Yeah, I've seen so many videos that we can't show on TV, but that people took, where there was one where someone just panned almost 360 right afterwards, after they killed the terrorist, and you could just see paramedics
all over
the street.
Called him a T-word. You know what I'm saying? His pledge of allegiance to ISIS done earned him, the T-word. Most definitely just called him one. That's crazy, man. This is crazy.
Compressions on people.
Yeah.
What was it like, Jonathan, when you came out of the bar? What did you notice?
I noticed, a lot of people running. That was one of the first things I noticed. And then
when we went outside, we were one of the first people out there. The cops really wasn't there. They haven't even put the tape up yet. Just everybody, they were just working on each other, and it was really
Dang,
scary
I bet
to be
that
there
was
with my mom,
scary,
'cause,
y'all.
like, if we would have been out there a minute before or something, like, that could have easily been us. That could have, but it was just really scary. And like I said, it was very sad because to begin the new year off like that, and it's such a fun place in New Orleans, it's pretty sad. So, and to be there with my mom also.
We're so glad to be alive today.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine being with my mom and going through something like that. And I hate that you guys have to have this memory now of New Orleans. Ruth and Jonathan Chavez, really appreciate you both coming on. I know you've now left town. You're on your way back home. We appreciate you talking with us tonight. Thank you.
Of course, thank you guys, and prayers to all the families that are affected with this horrible tragedy.
Fortune, I can agree with that. Fortune 62 said what he did earn him that word. Doesn't matter who he is affiliated with. I understand, but understand that he most definitely confessed his pledge of allegiance to ISIS. That was part of him getting that name.
Yeah, thank you, you too. It's hard to even remember. I mean, I've almost forgot that it's New Year's Day at this point. It's sad that that's what it's come to, but hey, Happy New Year to you too. I even feel weird saying that, but you're right. I mean, we don't want to forget the people who have lost their lives. We're focused so much on the investigation and we want to know what happened. But we need to remember there's 15 people that died here this morning.
Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.
Man, that's crazy. I know that had to be frightening for the people who had to see that, man. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. I know that had to be frightening. All right, so after seeing what he did, you know what I'm saying? After they seen what this guy did, and him posting those alleged his manifesto type thing saying, hey, hell ISIS, he won't be a part of ISIS. It caught some of his people off guard. We heard the old school earlier say this dude was a humble guy. He most definitely kept to himself. He was a veteran, so to hear such things really threw him for a loop. Well, now we got some more of people who knew of this guy, and they most definitely said what they thought about him. Let's check this one out.
For about 10 years, honorably discharged. He was doing this real estate business. After that, that's what the video is from, where he was, trying to talk about how he can sell houses. I mean, do you have any sense, just based on knowing the family and what you know about them, what may have turned with this man?
I think it's the same principles apply to this that applies to every other incident of terrorism that has occurred like this. Where, and you all mentioned a little bit that sometimes it's what's happening in their personal lives, difficulties, things they can't deal with, instead of turning to God and relying on.
Brian said, I heard there were 3 or 4 more people that may have been helping him by planting IEDs. Anything else come out about that? I most definitely got some on that too, my guy. We got to get to it though, man. Y'all make sure y'all double tapping that screen. Anything, let me say this too. Anybody with anything out there important that they would like for me to say and that I may miss, you can always send it in a super sticker or a super, well, yeah, you got to send it in the super chat. You can type whatever message on there. It started like 99 cents. I most definitely can't miss that. If I miss you because you in gray and you type something, don't hold it to my heart. I probably just didn't see it. But if you send it through super chat, I most definitely can't miss it. It light up the whole screen. I'm just saying.
On God and praying and seeking help. We see people take the cowardly way out because
somebody down there say he looks like a black dude. What is we doing? Yeah, well, he most definitely may be a black dude, may be mixed, but he made a video pledging his allegiance to ISIS. That's why they are making him basically be a part of it.
This is actually an act of suicide and murder. And suicide in Islam is totally unacceptable. Murder is.
If you know anybody out there looking to try to harm themselves, make sure, you know what I'm saying, you get some help, man. You know what I'm saying? It's never the answer to take yourself out the game. For educational purposes only. Y'all heard the S word. I had to clear that up. Shout out to Just Ice for being a member for the last 2 months. 2 months says, I turned 50 at midnight. Thanks, Sidewalk Gang, for presenting the truth. We appreciate it already, Just Ice. And happy birthday. You know what I'm saying? Happy 50th to you. Get your shine on. You know what I'm saying? The big 5-0. You know what I'm saying? Happy birthday. Shout out to the members, man. Most definitely appreciate that.
Totally unacceptable. The family, he wasn't raised like this.
Have you, speaking of the family, been in touch with
somebody came through jamming Michael Jackson? Take a look at yourself and make a change. Somebody was jamming Man in the Mirror. I'm just saying.
Anyone in the family? Do you have any sense of how they are?
Y'all make sure y'all wish
whether perhaps they had any.
Just Ice, I don't know if you male or female, but y'all make sure y'all send him or her a happy birthday, moderators, if y'all don't mind. You know what I'm saying? Happy birthday to you, Just Ice.
Sort of warning signs?
No. I know they didn't. We talked quite a bit today. They're shocked. They're saddened. They're very surprised and embarrassed all at the same time. Their heartfelt condolences and their prayers go out to the families of those who were killed by this terrorist attack and to the victims who were injured.
Yeah. Do you have any sense, Imam, you know, there's all these questions about whether he was working with anyone else, whether he had other people in his life who he had gotten to know who were also involved in this attack. And so far, based on what the FBI has said, the answer to that question is yes. Have you heard anything from the family, or have you gotten any sense, you know, that he was hanging out with people that they were uncomfortable with or anything like that?
No, not one bit at all. No.
Somebody said it ain't safe nowhere, at school, at the club, at the library, at the grocery store. No, man, it's most definitely not safe nowhere. Crazy people are everywhere, man. You know what I'm saying? Make sure you be on your P's and Q's no matter wherever you go. Keep your head on a swivel, because these people out here these days is going crazy at an alarming rate, man. I'm just saying. What's up, Island Vibes? I see you down there, man. This is crazy. Says family was caught completely off guard. Mo, you can't go nowhere. Man, this is off the chain, man.
Even the family, like I said, complete surprise, shocked, dismayed, unbelievable.
And you mentioned it was 2024 when you saw him when his dad was sick. Did they say, like, the last time they were in touch with him? How close have they been recently?
That's a question that would have to be asked to the family. I don't know. I can't answer that.
Shout out to Hero Forward. Thank you for that gift.
Well, yeah, it would just be interesting to know whether they sensed anything over the last year in terms of him becoming more distant, or, you know, we do these stories, and sometimes families get a sense of something, and sometimes they don't. And there was reporting. I don't know if you saw this, Imam. There's been reporting that in some of these videos and stuff that the FBI have already been able to go through, that there was even talk of him wanting to kill his own family. Did you hear about that? Have you heard about that?
He went all the way psycho, y'all. They saying he wanted to take out his own family. Lord, have mercy, y'all. It could have been way worse, man. It could have been way worse. He took out 15 people in New Orleans and injured many, many more, man. You know what I'm saying? This guy right here pledged allegiance to ISIS and went out and committed a T attack. That's crazy.
What? No,
yeah, there's
no.
Yeah, there's some reporting that he had.
All I can say to that is good God Almighty. No, I didn't know anything about that, and I'm sure the family didn't either.
Yeah, and how he jumped from that to deciding to be ISIS inspired. You know, if everything the FBI is saying is true, and coming out here to I mean, to kill all of these innocent people, I can't imagine you dealing with this knowing that you had just seen this man, you know, a year or so ago. It's got to be a lot.
Yes, oh, no doubt, yes. No doubt.
Well, we appreciate you coming on, Imam. We'll stay in touch if you hear anything else from the family that could help us sort of sort out what caused all this, what went wrong in this man's life. We'd like to hear from you again. Thank you for coming on, sir.
Well, Brian, I'd like to say before signing off that we all, I'm speaking from the family, for myself, for the Muslim community. We condemn this.
The family is not in support.
Anyone else involved, that everyone else involved are quickly brought to justice.
Yeah, yes, sir. We're all hoping that right now, and you can imagine. I mean, people here are very, very nervous about that. So hopefully that will happen, and we appreciate you coming on, sir.
Thanks for watching. Go to join.
So you heard the old man. They interviewed the same old man over again, who is a friend of the family or potentially a family member. He most definitely said they is not in agreement with nothing that this dude did, nor did he know, you know, that this guy was looking to take out his entire family. Not only was he going to go do that in New Orleans, but he looked to take out his whole family, man. Something most definitely went wrong. He had a chemical imbalance. Maybe he had a flashback. Maybe he thought he was in Iraq or Afghanistan, you know what I'm saying, and just tripped out. You know, veterans do that sometimes. What they call it, post-traumatic stress disorder. Maybe he had that. I don't know. But he most definitely left a video saying that he'll pledge his allegiance to ISIS. God, we waiting on you, love. I'm telling you. He seems unstable. He's a Amen. Whatever that is. If the family didn't know that, if the family did know that, why would they tell the public so they can become a target? They most definitely put out there a PSA to anybody watching that the family most definitely had nothing to do with this. Don't take his actions out on the family, is what they said, because they had nothing to do with this, you know, didn't even know it was about to happen, and nor do they condone it, man. It's crazy, y'all. It's crazy. All right. So CNN told us everything that they know. So let's find out a little bit more, man. Y'all know I got to take y'all all the way down through there. We going to get to the bottom of this one way or the other. Let's go.
Injuries, multiple casualties. They need to canal the Bourbon.
This is like, that was like from the 911 call right there. Let's go.
Just hours after the clock struck midnight,
this is from this is for educational purposes only.
Police killing those celebrating New Year's Eve along the iconic street. At least 15 people were killed,
15.
Dozens others injured.
This is not just...
Look out, y'all. We got 447 people in the building. I need y'all to double tap that screen. Subscribe to the channel if you new. This is everything news. I'm most definitely bringing you all the news you can use. If you're looking to get caught up on these situations, make sure you stick and stay. But most definitely hit that like button. If you don't do nothing else, all you have to do is double tap your screen or click those 3 dots you see in the corner. Hit the thumbs up. And yeah, subscribe to the channel. We on the road to 20K. We at 18.4. Every subscribe matter, so make sure you subscribing, man. Let's see what we got going over here. Has anybody subscribed to the channel, man? You know what I'm saying? Continue to subscribe. I know out of these 430, 450 people, some of y'all ain't never seen this channel before. Make sure you subscribe to it. You know what I'm saying? We most definitely chasing that 20K, man. You know what I'm saying? Get me there. Get me there. Get me there fast. All right, hold on. Let's go.
An act of terrorism. This is evil.
The suspect, identified as Shamsuddin Jabbar, a 42-year-old man from Texas who previously served in the U.S. military. He was driving a privately rented pickup truck from Turo, an Airbnb-type rental site for cars.
An ISIS flag was located on the trailer hitch of the vehicle, and the FBI is working to determine the subject's potential associations and affiliations with terrorist organizations.
Once the vehicle stopped, the driver reportedly opened fire on...
Kids, you acting like them trolls out there talking about 389 tabs are open. Move on. Hey, listen, we need all these tabs. Every tab you see contains a critical part of information that you gonna be able to use. So you should be grateful. I got 400 tabs open. You know what I'm saying? And what's the deal with the tabs? Why everybody worry about how many tabs are open? That don't make no sense to me. But whatever, you know what I'm saying? Make sure you double tapping that screen. Get those lights up. We need 24 more people to hit that like button, man. I don't know what tickles these people fancies about these tabs, but hey, man, you know what I'm saying? My tabs ain't bothering you. Don't bother them.
Responding police officers.
Law enforcement returned fire and the subject was pronounced deceased at the scene. 2 law enforcement officers were injured and transported to local hospitals.
Witnesses are asking questions about why the city's steel mechanical barricades weren't up prior to the attack.
Troll asshole, okay.
There.
Tell the troll I said kiss my
there,
behind.
but the metal barricades were not up.
Bollards were not up because they are near completion.
The FBI, which has taken over the investigation, does not believe the suspect acted alone.
We're aggressively running down every lead, including those of his known associates.
And the Sugar Bowl for college football, scheduled to be held in New Orleans this evening, has been postponed.
They canceled
that. It's in the best interest of everybody and public safety that we postpone the game for 24 hours.
And we are starting to learn more about the now 15 who were killed as a result of this attack, including 37-year-old Reggie Hunter from Baton Rouge. He had just texted his family Happy New Year a little earlier in the evening, according to his cousin, who tells us that he was someone...
Is it me or this dude looks similar to the dude that did the act? I'm just saying. They look like they could be long-lost brothers or something. Look like they almost got the same eye color. I'm just saying.
Who liked to laugh and tell jokes. He loved his family, loved his kids, leaves behind an 11-year-old and a 1-year-old just hours into 2025, Wolf.
Our deepest condolences to his family. All right, Omar, thank you very much. I want to get right to our chief law enforcement and intelligence analyst, John Miller. He's getting some new reporting for us. John, what are you learning?
Well, Wolf, what we've been trying to do is develop a richer picture of who is the man behind this carnage in New Orleans. What do we know about him, and what can that tell us about motive? And what we've learned from multiple sources is that Mr. Jabbar apparently made, according to authorities, a series of voice recordings on video as he drove, they believe, from Texas to Louisiana to partake in these attacks, allegedly. The recordings talk about the turmoil in his family, the long-fought, bitter divorce he was going through. He discusses, according to officials briefed on the videos, where...
Anna say she believes it may be something from our own country. You know what I'm saying? Basically, a lot of people are speculating that this got something to do with the government, allegedly. I don't think so. I don't know. But that's what they saying. They saying that they creating mass hysteria before Trump takes office. You know, why would they be doing that, though? I see y'all in the comments. I'm reading. Why would they be doing that, though? You know what I'm saying? We need 16 more people on that like button, man. We'll be at 200 on the like. It's 491 people. Y'all get the likes up. Click those 3 dots, hit that thumbs up, or simply double tap your screen, man. Subscribe to the channel if you're new. Every subscriber count. Subscribe. Just I say tactics. Okay. There's a video recording and zooming in on the white truck seconds before turning right on the street. A major setup. Okay. Jamie. Okay. All right. Proper preparation prevents poor performance. Let's go, man. Already Chi-Town, you know what it is.
Appears they're made while he's driving, but it's in the dark, so you can't really see him on these videos, recorded apparently on his phone. But he talks about the idea of getting his family together for a celebration, which would have been a ruse so that he could kill all of them.
Oh, my God.
But that over time, after having a series of dreams about joining ISIS, that he changed his plan to carry out this attack in New Orleans to create mass casualties in the name of ISIS. So what we're starting to see is an individual who was experiencing turmoil and stressors in life, who was going to act out in some kind of violent way, and at least, according to what they believe are his own words, decided to do this as an alternative to killing his family. In the recordings, he also has a last will and testament where he divides up what little money he has left after all the financial losses and setbacks he had suffered to family members. So they're beginning to get a picture of what was going on, and it seems to be what was going on in the background of this individual's life that was as much of a driver as any commitment to terrorism.
Yeah, John Miller, great reporting as usual. Stand by. I'm going to get back to you in a moment or so. I want to get some more now on the federal investigation from CNN's Evan Perez. Evan, authorities have released...
I am tripping on this dude looking to take out his family, y'all. This is crazy. I mean, what flipped that switch in his head to make him want to do something like this, as well as harm his own family as well, man? I am shocked that he wanted to harm his own family. They said he was planning to get them together, like to do a celebration, a New Year's Eve party, you know, basically, and unalive his whole family. I wonder if he had any kind of history of mental illness, or if he was on some form of medication from the army, man. Because that ain't normal, doc. That ain't normal. That's crazy. Just another dude struggling, huh? Okay. Did his family know? No, they didn't, and the dude said they ain't know nothing about that. Wars and rumors of, okay, Just Ice, nasty divorce drove him nuts. Maybe so. Government distraction from Robert Brooks' case. Marcy corrections go down. Okay, all right, wake up. Allegedly, that's what he's saying. Let's go.
It's a photo of the man identified as the driver of the truck that plowed into that crowd in New Orleans, killed 15 people, and injured dozens of others.
That's right, Wolf. And that photograph is being put out there by the FBI in part to try to drive tips from the public. They have asked, they set up a website, fbi.gov/Bourbon Street attack. They are asking the public to send in any information, any videos, anything about where this suspect may have been over the last several days, over the last several weeks, as they were developing this plot. And we also know, obviously, as we've reported previously, that he was an Army veteran. He served in the U.S. Army from 2007 to 2020, both in active duty and in reserve status. He actually deployed to Afghanistan in 2009 for about...
And 411, and I see you telling me that. I went to that a while ago, but ain't no American stations covering the situation in Queens. Only people like in India are covering it right now. Let me know when the American station pick it up, like ABC, CNN, News Nation, something I can understand, and we'll cover it. But right now, only the Indian people are talking about the New York incident that happened inside the nightclub, and 11 people was unalived. I know exactly what you're talking about, but ain't no American stations covering it. And I can't stand to sit here and listen to stuff that I can barely understand. You know what I'm saying?
Year into early 2010, and again, part of the picture, as John was just describing, is coming into focus now for the investigators. A lot of his problems and whatever might have been his motivation to then associate with ISIS, which is clear, according to the investigators, that is exactly what his intent was. Again, is what's driving all of this. Wolf.
And I know, Evan, you're also getting clarification from law enforcement officials on possible accomplices.
I said that a while ago, and when I was watching it, asked the chat, they'll tell you we skipped it. Because I kept on looking through there, and the only thing that I was seeing was the India people reporting on the situation in New York. Ain't not a one regular station over here reported on it yet, but it's about 2-3 stations in India that's reporting on a mass shooting, I might as well say it. You know what I'm saying? That took place in Queens, New York, in a nightclub where 11 people were unalive. So we'll have to wait till the American stations pick it up, and it's crazy that the Indians channels are the only one covering it. It's not a one American station that's covering it. That's crazy.
Right. The FBI is still trying to determine whether there's anybody else who might have been involved. Obviously, they know that he was trying to associate with ISIS. It's not clear whether he was talking to anybody in particular to try to plot this attack, or whether, again, this was more of a self-directed of the type that we've seen before. We also know, Wolf, that they were looking at video, surveillance video, that showed 4 people who they at least thought initially could have been involved with maybe some of the IEDs that were found elsewhere in the French Quarter. reporter. The FBI later determined that those people had nothing to do with carrying out this attack. So at least for that part of the investigation, that part is closed off. They are still, however, looking into the possibility that there are other people who could have been involved, again, in either helping to construct the IEDs or who may have known about his plans before he carried it out. All of that is still on the table, Wolf.
What more are we learning about the man who was driving this truck that was used as a deadly weapon last night?
Well, piecing together much more of a profile of Shamsuddin
I don't know,
Jabbar,
John. That's
Wolf.
crazy.
And what we've been able to learn, we've culled from public records as well as videos.
Hey, y'all as shocked as I am. I said the same thing. How's the India people going to be reporting on American news before the Americans? I don't know. That's what made me think it might be propaganda. Now, one of my moderators that I trust very well says that the New York Post is reporting on it, but they must be doing it on the internet as far as like when you go find it through Google, they not reporting on it, on YouTube. When they hit YouTube, we'll most definitely look at it.
And information he himself has put online. What you're looking at here is an image of him from a YouTube video posted in 2020. It has since...
Lola said he was a military vet. Then he turned into an op. Absolutely. He switched sides on him, Lola.
Taken down. This video, he has titled it Personal Introduction. He says that he was born in Beaumont, Texas. He talks about his service as a member of the U.S. Army, so he's an Army veteran, and his work in information technology as well as working in real estate. He says in that video that serving in the military taught him, quote, the meaning of great service and what it means to be responsive and take everything seriously, dotting I's and crossing T's to make sure that things go off without a hitch. In that video, he is sitting next to a poster titled Discipline and near a book titled Leadership. Now, authorities do confirm that he served in the U.S. Army. We do have a picture of him from that photo that was posted on Facebook from the U.S. Army. This is
something must have happened to him in the Army, y'all, that drove him mad. You know what I'm saying? For him to want to become an op after being in the Army in America. He wanted to go serve for a foreign land instead of serving for the home team anymore. He turned into an op. That's crazy. Federal. Okay, probably no combat though. Hope they don't blame YouTube on him going crazy. I hope not too. Grave digger say that Cam homeboy. Yeah, he say he born and raised in Beaumont, Texas. You know what I'm saying? He was deployed, but was in admin and didn't see combat. So he didn't even get out there and do no real fighting. He was more behind the scenes type person. Okay, I bet. Let's find out some more about it.
It's a picture of him in 2013. It's a Facebook post from the U.S. Army again, and he's identified in this photo as an Army Staff Sergeant working as an information technology team chief for the 82nd Airborne Division's 1st Brigade Combat Team, and that was back then in 2013. He also posted an online resume where he describes how he graduated from Central Texas College in 2010 and he received a bachelor's degree from Georgia State University in 2017. Georgia State does confirm that he did attend there and did graduate. And Texas records also show that he had a real estate license from 2019 and it expired in 2023. And then the last thing, Wolf, that we found really interesting, because it sort of lays the financial picture of his life currently, is that he was in a divorce with his first wife, and that in 2012 she had...
A woman done drove him mad, guys. I guess that's what they saying. If it wasn't the ISIS people, you know what I'm saying, it was his ex-wife done drove him crazy, you know what I'm saying, because he was going through a divorce, man. You know what I'm saying? He fell on hard times. His coochie was about to leave. You know what I'm saying? He was stressed out. Now we find out why he wanted to take out the family. He wanted to take out the wife as well. You know, she done found her another dude, moved on, you know, and he just couldn't do it. And he flipped his wig and said, hey, man, I'm finna go ahead, you know, get myself up out of here, you know, but if I go, I'm taking people with me, which is real messed up. But we start to find out his mind state. You You know what I'm saying? A lot of times, you know, women drive men to do crazy things. And she told him she was leaving, put them divorce papers in his hand. He went straight back to his military mind. I'm just saying.
Sued him for child support. But in 2022, he had submitted an email talking about how he was struggling financially. He wrote that he had fallen behind in house payments.
She done took his money. You know what I'm saying? That 50-50 that 50-50 be a good thing, right? You know what I'm saying? You take that 50-50 away, it become 100% you. You know what I'm saying? The bills went to eating his money up. You know what I'm saying? He probably was on child support. You know, that's eating his money up. Yeah, my boy couldn't take it no more. He lost it, guys. I done solved the case already. He might not even been down with ICE. He just did that to make it look good. He really was messed up about his ex-wife, you know, and being broke after child support. You know, they taking his whole little old pension he was getting from the army. Yeah, man, my guy went psycho behind that money. And probably that coochie.
He feared that he was nearing foreclosure, that he was behind more than $27,000 in payments. He also wrote that the business that he had talked about in that YouTube video, that it had also not made money. He'd lost $28,000, and he was $16,000 in credit card debt, Wolf.
Lots of new information. Kyung-La, thank you. Omar Jimenez, thanks to you as well. I want to break.
Boy, that's extreme. Your woman leaving, you go join ISIS, man. My life over. I might as well go over here with the tally people. You know what I'm saying? And just do the whole food. You know, and just wow, man. Hey guys, if your girl leave you, man, just go find you another one. There's plenty fish in the sea. Suck up your losses. Take it like an OG. You'll find another one out there somewhere. Do not go do what this guy did and go basically, you know, throw your life away because she don't want you no more. It's gonna be all right, man. It's gonna be all right. Cry about it and move on, dog. Don't do none of it, boy. Let this be an example of what not to do.
All of this down with our law enforcement experts. Andrew McCabe, let me start with you. What are the next steps right now for the FBI, and you're a former deputy director of the FBI, as they try to determine who the individuals placing these improvised explosive devices in the area are?
Absolutely, Wolf. That is priority one for the FBI right now, to identify and locate those individuals who they have captured in the surveillance video, placing the IED devices, at least two of which have been rendered safe, and therefore are probably providing the Bureau with some evidence that they can use to compare to the device and the other evidence that's been recovered from the truck. And so they may have a solid forensic connection between the IEDs, which would only confirm their suspicion that those three men and one woman are related to working in concert with the driver of the truck. So that's the biggest potential threat the Bureau is probably focused on right now. And they are doing all the things that we've seen in these sorts of situations in the past. They are scouring video coverage to try to locate those folks and track their movements last night as they led up to the moment of placing the IED.
Somebody said dude was definitely not working alone. We are in the end times. Just might be, man. I most definitely think I got a clip where they say it was some more people, but we just heard them exclude them, saying that it was other people setting up explosive devices out there where they was at anyway. But come to find out, they ain't have nothing to do with Buddy. They always trying to blame something on ISIS. I'm telling you, man. I guess that's the go-to when you gonna do some crazy stuff. Nah, it was ISIS, all right. Nah, it was that divorce. He finna lose out on that coochie. Drove him mad.
They're trying to locate places to search. They're trying to locate individuals who might know something about those folks. So it's a lot of activity going on focused in that direction.
Critically important information they got to find out. Mary Ellen O'Toole, you're a former senior FBI profiler. What could these IEDs tell you about the perpetrator's intention? Does that suggest to you that a larger attack was indeed planned?
Certainly, and thank you for having me on. The IEDs will be very important, both from a behavioral as well as a forensic perspective. So forensically, the Bureau will be...
Most definitely. I know that it's just as me. It's just me. Shout out to you. It's just me say both vehicles in the NO and Vegas incident were rented from Turo. Yeah, the same rental company. We talked about that a little bit earlier. They trying to say that they might be connected. I've been in a dark place when my girlfriend left me. I was her baby's daddy. I know she had 7 other kids with 7 other fathers, but she said she loved me and I left. I was so mad. All right, Prophet, it'll be all right, dog. It'll be all right, man. Go find you another one. They out there. ISIS would have just put a bomb in the backpack and joined the crowd. Okay, just know in his Southpaw stance. All right, let's get back to it.
Dismantling these devices and looking to see if they were likely each constructed by the same person. Bombers often have a signature, so they will be looking to see if it looks like one person put them together. They'll also be looking for things like fingerprints and DNA that is left over on these devices. That becomes extremely important. But at the same time, behaviorally, they'll be looking at who are they aware of? Is there someone already out there that...
We got a racist down there. Let's get James the hell up out of here. I read just fine. I can read your name, James. You sound like a lame with your ugly self. You know what I'm saying? Don't worry about what I do. Worry about what you do. If you don't like it, go find you another channel, Mark. You know what I'm saying? We ain't gonna even give you no song. Mark and the dog talking about got a black. What you mean by got a black? I got a black for y'all, right? A black eye. You lucky you ain't where I was at, boy. You know what I'm saying? Because I black you. I black and blue you with your dumb self come through here, boy. We don't do that racist stuff over here. You know what I'm saying? You get your racist self somewhere and go sit down somewhere before you get swole. Yeah. Get you up out of here. And I will not be unblocking you with your racist ass.
Their attention as someone that is a possible bomb maker in another case or in another incident. So they'll be looking at that as well. And I think through the behavior and through the forensics is another way that they will be attempting to identify who this person is. And I think based on what they've already said about these IEDs, they were not just made to go off and make a loud sound. They were actually designed and constructed so that they would actually be weapons of lethality as well. So that goes to the intent of the people that were involved in this.
I stand by. Charles Ramsey is with us as well, the former Washington, D.C. police chief, former police commissioner in Philadelphia. Chief Ramsey, what are the challenges for law enforcement right now as they try to secure the French Quarter in New Orleans while conducting this investigation?
It's good, LaShawn. How your night going?
We all know the French
I'm just chilling.
Beyond just
we finding out what's going on with the New Orleans
wide area that I'm certain that they are searching and trying their best
to get a hand out of here.
Certainly, we're talking now about a vehicle attack. But again, you know, you've got a lot of pedestrians, especially this football game coming up. You have a lot of people that will be walking there, which makes them vulnerable. So they delayed it a day to go over their security plan to do the best they can to probably push that perimeter out further, certainly lock it down from any vehicle traffic and things like that.
I can't believe that dude came in here and said, we got a black. You know what I'm saying? We got a black. Man, what is we doing, dog? You trying to be so sophisticated and educated, you know what I'm saying? Good English, good reading, all them good skills. But you couldn't read the room when you came in here talking about we got a black. We got a black, right? Yeah, I got a black for you. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, I got a black for you. I beat you black and blue. You know what I'm saying? How about a black eye? You know what I'm saying? How would you like that black? Since you talking about we got a black. Man, boy, if you don't get, boy.
Nothing's going to be 100%. I mean, that's just the way it is. But clearly, the steps that were taken yesterday or early this morning were insufficient. When you look at that one video, the way the truck was able to just easily maneuver past that patrol car, they're going to have to reevaluate an awful lot when it comes to securing major events.
Good point. Andrew, let me go back to you. Investigators have also found writings writings that support investigators' view right now that the suspect.
That's what's wrong with humans, man. You know what I'm saying? People like him. You know what I'm saying? Just threw my whole mood off. You know, with that, we got a black. You know, I can understand all the little jokes you want to tell, but when you go to doing that racist stuff, dog, we don't do that over here, man. We are a mixed group of people over here, white, black, Hispanic, Italian, British, you know what I'm saying, Russian. We ain't doing no hating on nobody, man. I don't care what color you are. If you got common sense, you want to know what's going on, man, you welcome over here, man. All that, man, we're going to leave that in the past, man. We're going to leave that back there. We don't do that over here, dog. You must be a part of the Klan or something. I don't like that. It really just aggravated me. That's what's wrong with the world today. People like you, man. People like you. You know what I'm saying? Come up here, come in here on a racist rant, you know, because you mad because I'm black. Go find you a white channel to watch. There's plenty of them out there, man. You ain't even have to drop down in my chat and say nothing about my color. You know what I'm saying? And let me tell you this. You know what I'm saying? Let me tell you something else. Black is like my sleeve right here. This is black. You see that black right there? That's black. As you see, I'm paper sack tan. Get it right. Your dumb self.
Was inspired by ISIS. How critical is that in this investigation?
Well, Wolf, it tells us a lot about what brought that person to that moment in time. And it can also tell us about others who they may have interacted with, people they may have prepared devices with, they may have prepared for this attack with other people, trained with other people, received support from other people. So everything that this subject left behind in terms of his own writings, his own activity on any devices, any electronics devices, telephones, that sort of thing.
Tell them to get it right.
Through the searches we've seen taking place throughout the day, all of those items are going to help them get one step closer to the 4 other people they know they have to find, and potentially others. There may be other people involved in this plot who did not appear on that surveillance video that we've been talking about for the last couple of hours. So they have a lot of intelligence that they need to collect and analyze to get a full picture of whether or not a critical threat to security still.
DR, what you talking about? You trying to give who some attention? If you giving me attention about what color I am, I don't want your attention. So DR, what is you talking about? Go on, let me know. You might, hey y'all, warm up the rocket ship. We might got another one that's ready to take a trip. You know what I'm saying? To outer space. Because if you say the wrong thing, I'm going to get you gone. I promise. I'm going to get you gone. I'm going to get you all the way gone. And I ain't going to unblock you. Yeah. So what do you mean? Trying to give who some attention, guy?
Still exists. We will not know the answer to that until we can confidently state whether or not he's worked with other people, and do we have those folks under control or in some sort of custody.
We're just getting in some very disturbing new video of someone walking out of a bar on Bourbon Street in New Orleans shortly after the attack. I want to play that for you and for our audience. Watch this.
Oh, he went to busting. Dang.
Juliet, what do you make of the truly harrowing situation seen in that bystander video?
I think what you're seeing is people who are trying to get out of a car going, I think at this stage they're measuring over 40 miles per hour and getting them just simply out of the way of the vehicle. And this is why the question of the permanent barriers is going to come up, because look, these security measures always have to be upgraded, and we're hearing that this was a security upgrade, possibly in anticipation of the Super Bowl in a couple weeks. But New Year's Eve came before that, and so if you have barricades, temporary barricades, permanent barricades, and then the third level tends to be sanitation trucks or whatever, you have that layered defense. All of them are intended to essentially try to slow down a car. What we're seeing in those videos is that none of them worked. He was, to quote the public officials,
that sounded like gunshots, not
killing,
a truck. Yeah,
and
it
got
did,
on the
and it
sidewalk.
most definitely
And there will
sounded
be
like you were
questions
popping
about whether
shots.
that could have been impeded in some
AJ,
way.
where you at?
But these are normal questions to ask, and I think these are questions that New Orleans will want to ask as it moves forward in its preparation, for example, for Super Bowl in a couple weeks. Look, this effort came out of 2016.
Could this be something to try to stop the Super Bowl? I did hear somebody say that in the comments, talking about the Super Bowl. Now I just heard them say, I forgot that the Super Bowl was supposed to be in New Orleans. Could this be something that could potentially stop the Super Bowl? Oh man, I ain't think about that. Okay, they said it was a cop that was shooting at the dude in the truck. That was crazy. Hit the dirt. Bullets flying. Absolutely. Yeah, the Super Bowl, man. That's crazy. I forgot about that, y'all. The Super Bowl is supposed to be in New Orleans. Wow. Now, Marquisa, I don't have Facebook. I only got Instagram. Scale.gang. Somebody put it in the chat so she can know where to reach me at. I don't got Facebook.
Almost every city did not have this until the major attacks in Nice and Berlin using vehicles. And lots of cities then got very creative in protecting open areas like this. They may have to be reassessed or fortified again, given the vehicular attacks that we're seeing these days.
Yeah, that's so important. Michael, the Louisiana governor says the Superdome and the surrounding area in New Orleans is safe. How can they be so sure about that if they don't think the attacker was necessarily solely responsible?
Well, we know we're looking for potential other offenders who could have helped him, but they're sweeping the Superdome multiple times to make sure there are no explosive devices. Just like when Super Bowl and Sugar Bowl are there, as many times as they've been there, we create ingresses and egresses that are secure and people get searched and checked on the way in. And I am sure now that they are going to create an ingress plan that does not allow any vehicles other than people.
Oh, Marquisa say she got the video. If you got Instagram, Marquisa, you can send it to me on IG.
Who are authorized to come in, and those are going to be checked to come into that area. Everybody's right. In 2016, when this happened in Nice, the mayor of New Orleans said, I want to fortify this area, and we then invested in those.
I don't have IG. Someone drop y'all
But we also use big trucks and other city vehicles to really fortify the area. They're going to be doing that again for Sugar Bowl and again for Super Bowl to make sure only people who have to come and can come and are authorized to enter an area can be there with vehicles.
CNN has just obtained surveillance video showing the moment that a suspect drove a pickup truck onto Bourbon Street in New Orleans. And before we show this, we want to warn you, it is disturbing.
Oh, Jesus, here you go.
The attack that killed at least 10 people and injured 35 more.
This is what
this clip is showing Canal Street at 3:16 a.m. local time. The truck is seen going north with a large pole attached to the rear. The suspect then passes what appears to be a law enforcement car and then rapidly turns right onto Bourbon Street and accelerates through a group of people.
Dang.
Let's go now to CNN's Tom Foreman. Tom, you spent many years in New Orleans. Help us understand the magnitude of what was happening in the French Quarter at the time of this attack.
Well, Bourbon Street in the French Quarter really is the heart of this city that lives on tourism. If you look at what happened to the approach to this, this makes it look smaller than it is in some ways. You see this come up this road here and turn. This is over here on Canal and turn in. And then when it starts moving into this area, this is all the French Quarter in here. The actual, it says it hits the crowd here. If you look
Lil Wayne fans say this makes me sad because I like visiting New Orleans. Man, don't let it salt you down, man. This could have been an isolated event. My thing is this though, man, with the Super Bowl being so close. This might potentially impact the Super Bowl, but they saying that it's safe. Well, they thought Bourbon Street was safe until something happened. I'm just saying.
at the pictures, it actually seems to have gone further than that before it actually reached a stopping point somewhere up in here, so about 3 blocks. So this is a 4,000.
Doctor, whatever your name is, boy, you said, if you talking to me, don't talk to me, dog. I didn't call you racist. I never called you racist. I said the one who said, we got a black guy, or a black, whatever he said, a black one, or black, whatever he said about black. I wasn't talking to you, doctor, whatever your name is. But if you want me to be talking to you, I can be talking to you. What I said was, you know what I'm saying, what did you mean by the statement that you said? Because if you say the wrong thing, I'm going to get you out of here. That's what I said. You know what I'm saying? So let's pipe down, because I never called you a racist. Then you said I was giving attention to race and being suspended. No, I did not. I didn't say that you was giving nothing about no damn race. What is you talking about? I was talking about the other dude that I sent into outer space. And I ain't gonna argue with you about it. You ain't sent in nothing to this channel to be over here trying to talk crazy or call me out on nothing, dog. You know what I'm saying? At all. So I asked you what you meant by what you said. If you want to tell me what you meant by what you said, I can take that. If you don't, and you want to continue to try to fight your case, you do that in outer space, man. I'm not finna argue and play with you. You said something about somebody giving me some attention. And I said if a person is giving me racist attention, I don't want it. I just remember what you said. You know what I'm saying? I just remember what you... Boy, stop playing with me, dog, for real.
To 5,000 pound vehicle. It's an electric vehicle and accelerates to 60 miles an hour in 4 seconds. So there would be a tremendous number of people here, especially during Sugar Bowl time. And this is not that far, actually, from the Superdome, which is right over here. You could wend your way over here pretty quickly to get where it happened. And many, many, many tourists here because of the hotels that are there, the restaurants that are there, the clubs that are there, the bars. This is a busy, busy, busy area anytime. And one of our witnesses said, typically, even on New Year's Eve, you see the crowd spread out a little bit after midnight. Some of them said, really, at 3 a.m., it was still pretty much the way it had been. So a tremendous number of people.
Let's go unapologetic.
Into that red crane-like device you see. If the truck had not hit there and had kept going, the crowds down here on Bourbon would have only...
Let me remember. See, it's coming to me as I sit here. What you said was you worried about everybody else. You know, something. Yeah, they was just giving you some attention. Remember? That's what you said. And then I said, I don't want their attention if they giving me racist attention. I don't want that. But it was something that you said off in there that made me ask you, hey, man, what did you mean by what you said? And if you said the wrong thing, I'm going to get you up out of here. That's what I said. Bro, don't play with me, bro. Don't play with me. Don't play. I'm not to be played. I don't play. I do not play well with others.
More dense, and who knows how heavy the damage would have been, how many people would have been killed. Real key here, though, one thing I want to point out, the city started this program to replace what are called bollards. You've been hearing it all day long. The bollards are these metal posts here that are rising up. They started this back in November to put in new ones because the old system wasn't working well enough. The purpose of these is to stop people from being able to drive down that street. Usually they're retractable in some fashion. That process was underway with the goal of having it done by the time of the Super Bowl.
Let's go. Shout out to that
which is going to be a little more than a month from now. It was not complete. One of the
y'all make sure y'all watch that doctor dude real close if he ain't already gone. Pay attention to him. He might be trying to steal something.
Complaints they had was that the truck went up on the sidewalk around a police car that was here. Obviously, completely an inadequate stopgap measure, and that's why it's the way it is. And now they've got Mardi Gras coming up and Jazz Fest coming up. More big events, millions of people here. And they haven't shown yet they know quite how they're going to deal with this.
Say he on Uranus. Let's go.
Lavendera is in Houston with more on the suspect's ties to the state. What are you learning?
Let's go.
Hi, Pamela. Well, for several hours this afternoon.
When I told y'all I was going to run y'all down through there, I bet y'all thought I was playing. No, man. We really going to run all the way down through there. We going to find out everything it is to find out about fella in the Tesla situation before we get up out of here. Make sure you double tapping that screen if you liking the show. Subscribe if you new. Hey, man, and if you mad by the way that I handles the doctor and that other dude, oh, well, you know, one of them shouldn't have been getting smart and the other one shouldn't have been being racist. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, doctor says you only blocked the video. Now I'm still here, guilty of whiteface and having a question. Man, I don't care. Boy, I just told you we ain't racist over here. You can't spin the race card on me. We ain't said nothing racist and ain't tripping on nothing racist. But we will not have no racists around us. I don't care what color your face is. You can go rub mud on your face and then you'll have a brown face or a gray face or a red face, depending on what color the mud is. You know what I'm saying? Wipe your hand between your butt crack and wipe it on your face. You'll be brown then. What? Since you want to talk about some white face, make your face brown then. I don't care what you do. Take a map color or a permanent marker. You know what I'm saying? Go get you a purple one and color on your face. You can have a purple face then. That shit don't matter to me, dog. Take that on somewhere that somebody it apply to, because I don't care about none of that.
A number of law enforcement authorities have been here in this far North Houston neighborhood that has been cordoned off. And according to local officials and FBI officials, they have been searching a home that is address is connected to this suspect that carried out the terror attack in New Orleans. FBI officials also confirming that this search is related to that investigation. And as you mentioned, we're learning more about this suspect who in several various sources that we've been able to comb throughout the day. The suspect had been battling some financial troubles, worked in real estate and information technologies systems, and studied that as well. But in court documents we've been able to reveal, he talked about the financial struggles that he had been
he having financial struggles. Marquisa, y'all type scale.game in the chat. That's my Instagram, scale.game.
Going through in recent years. From 2019 to 2023, he had a real estate license here in Texas, but in court documents connected to he was sued by the mother of two of his children back in 2012 over child support payments, and in some of those documents,
this dude keep on, man. Listen, man, I'm finna give you another thing, dog. I don't care what color your face is, bro. Stop typing about white face in my chat. We don't care what color your face is, dog. We don't care about your race. We not racist over here. You know what I'm saying? Same way I wouldn't let nobody put black face in my chat. You stop typing white face. Don't type it again, or I'm gonna send you up out of here. You know, we ain't having none of that, dog. We don't care what color. Quit acting like we care what color your face is or what ethnicity. Well, how is it? Your ethnicity. Well, I can't even say it. You know what I'm saying? But we don't care what race you are, dog. You know what I'm saying? We don't care what race you are. Stop saying stuff about white face before I get you up out of here, man. I ain't playing.
Documents we've learned that in recent years he talked about being carrying debt of nearly $30,000, owing credit card debt, and also struggling to make payments on his home. We've also come across a YouTube video that was posted back in 2020 about the time that he was getting into real estate here in Texas. The video is described as a personal introduction, and this is what he said on that video.
So I'm born and raised in Beaumont, Texas, and now live in Houston. And I've been here all my life, with the exception of traveling for the military, where I spent 10 years as a human resources specialist.
And Pamela, you know, this is back here in this North Houston neighborhood where officials here have been very tight-lipped throughout the day, not saying much exactly as to what has been happening here at this search, but that this search continues, and it's been going on for several hours now. Pamela?
All right, thanks so much, Ed. I want to go now to former FBI Supervisor and Special Agent Rob D'Amico. Rob, Ed just laid out the suspect and his history. How does someone like that become so radicalized and do something like this?
Well, I think part of it is these groups are very good at getting to people that want to blame someone.
Now, let me tell you this. I see that you just followed me. I see you, Marquisa, but I can't afford. I'm not gonna be able to get to that video till after the show. But I most definitely will present it if it's presentable tomorrow. I will accept your request. You know what I'm saying? When I'm done with the show, because if I click out of here right now, it's gonna mess the whole thing up. So I'm not gonna click out right now. But I see you in there. I got you. I follow you. And if I have to, we'll present it tomorrow.
Goes across the board. He was having tough times. I think there's probably some mental illness that's going to come across the radar with him, but he's going down a slope. He wants to blame someone, and these groups are great for placing the blame on others and then getting them to act on it. We've seen it in the white supremacist movement. We've seen it in the terrorist groups. They're very good at that, and that's how they recruit them, and then that's how they get them to take action. So I think you're going to see probably when it started to the spiraling effects that we saw from him finally taking action. Obviously, if he's planning to kill his family, the mental health issue is there too.
Shout out to you,
and I think it's a combination.
Yeah, he said in the recordings, according to our John Miller, that...
Now, I said something about him having mental illness earlier. This guy most definitely pointed it out again. I got to get back in my mode. Your old dude and them done turned me up. Let me settle down, and get back to doing what I'm supposed to be doing. So anyway, you know what I'm saying? The guy from Beaumont, you know what I'm saying? The one who was driving the truck. You heard the guy over here say he might have been suffering from mental illness. It could have had something to do with his time in the Army. It could have had something to do with his wife divorcing him. There was a lot of stuff on his hand going on, and probably going on in his head. He was in a financial bind, man, and he just kind of lost it. That's basically what I'm getting. But he most definitely said it could have been some mental illness involved.
He at first thought about bringing his family together for a celebration and then killing them. And then he decided to move off that point.
To the people that's hitting me on IG, I can't go in there right now. I will have to go there after the show. So make sure I'm going to accept your request. I see you in there. You just going to have to be patient with me.
And join ISIS. I wanted to show you this video, and I just want to warn all of our viewers here. It is graphic, and it shows Canal Street at 3:16 a.m. local time. The truck driver is seen passing what appears to be a law enforcement car before rapidly...
I seen you, Marquisa. I can't accept it right now, though. I'm going to have to accept it after the show is done. I most definitely accept you and see what your video is, but I can't go to it right now. It'll mess up my whole show.
Turning onto Bourbon Street and smashing into innocent people. When you watch that video, is there anything that stands out to your trained eye?
Well, one thing is, I made a comment back in December when the vehicle attack in Germany happened. And I said, even if it's not a coordinated event, you are likely to see this trigger someone who's been thinking about it to do something. And I think that's exactly what happened. And they should have planned better. I hate to go back, but if you couldn't get a vehicle close to Times Square, they blocked those roads off with dump trucks and sand trucks and cement trucks. Everything that a vehicle like that's a pickup truck.
Oh, Lord Jesus, Marquisa. I'm glad I didn't go in there and check it right now. You'd have got me shut down. You got all kind of going on in that one. Okay, I got you.
Not going to get through because they know they need to protect that inner space. So I think you're seeing things that this city, I don't want to say they didn't take it seriously, but if you're just going to put one car, I guarantee if the sidewalk wasn't open, that pickup truck could have pushed that.
Oh, he said if the sidewalk wasn't open. Oh, Lord. He said if the sidewalk wasn't open, that truck could have pushed. Hey, man, we do not condone or want any kind of that kind of stuff right there going on the sidewalk. Shout out to the sidewalk gang, man. Put them symbols in the chat.
Patrol car. That was traffic enforcement. That's not blockading a vehicle with someone with an intent to do this. And I think it's going to change it. Like 9/11 changed air flight security. This event is going to really change some of the ways that they look at true security of large gatherings of people where they're vulnerable.
Rob D'Amico, thank you.
Man, it's very crazy what he did, y'all. You know what I'm saying? You see an up-close view of the truck, man. Just resting there against whatever that is right there. They said that the barricade things that they had to keep vehicles from being able to do what he didn't work. You know what I'm saying? They didn't have him turned on or something. They didn't stop him, But yeah, man, very, very... This is crazy. All right, remember I told y'all about them being in Houston. You know what I'm saying? Yes, they went to dude's crib in Houston, and they surrounded a man that was off inside. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Bobby for that gift. Appreciate that. They surrounded a man that was inside of the residence, I guess, that Jabbar was linked to. You know what I'm saying? In Houston. You know what I'm saying? Here go the facts on that. Let's go.
Evening, I'm Keith Garvin. Daniela is off tonight. Investigators say that this man here, 42-year-old Shamsuddin Jabbar, intentionally rammed a truck into the crowd in New Orleans early this morning. The death count is now risen to 15. Jabbar, originally from Beaumont, had been living here in the Houston area. Police shot and killed him during the deadly attack. Now, Jabbar's last known residence was in North Harris County, right here on Crescent Peak Drive, as you can see here on the map. KPRC2's Corley Peel has been at this home all afternoon, where the FBI has confirmed they're investigating. Corley, tell us that there was a SWAT team when she arrived. She says that they witnessed some adults and children being removed from the home. She also captured this drone video that was taken outside the suspect's home. As you can see, there was a man here standing with his hands raised in the air. We want to go ahead and bring in Corley. And Corley, tell us what you've learned about the scene there.
Yeah, Keith.
Shout out to that girl, Marquisa. She say, man, I'm rocking with you. And I appreciate you rocking with me. Shout out to you for grabbing that membership. Most definitely appreciate it. Welcome to the squad. Feel free to use your sidewalk gang custom emojis that you will find down there that you did not have at first. There's plenty of more videos and members only that you might not have seen. Shout out to you for joining the channel and becoming a member. Most definitely appreciate you, Marquisa Smith. You know what it is. Shout out to you.
Been out here all day long, and it is still an active scene. If you look behind me here, you can see Harris County Sheriff Office SWAT team is still out here. They have their armored vehicle. This is a property behind Jabbar's home here off Crescent Peak Drive and Hugh Road. Now, they still have this area blocked off, but our drone video did capture a man being taken into custody earlier, about a couple of hours ago. Take a look at this.
Whoever this dude is, they took him in the custody as well. So, he most definitely in jail right now. They gonna ask him a million questions about Jabbar, and if he could have possibly had something to do with it, what's the ISIS connection? They gonna question him because Jabbar didn't make it. He the closest thing they got to him. This is why I stay my butt home. Woo! I'm telling you, unapologetic, you're safe at the crib.
Video, you can see a man standing outside the home with his hands up. There is SWAT outside the home as well.
Marquisa, you got it. You're in the game. You got you a sidewalk shirt. Shout out to you.
He eventually walks backwards towards the truck with his hands up, and they ultimately take him into custody and put him in handcuffs. Now, at this time, we don't know who this man is. We're
all right, man. You know what I'm saying? This is what we gonna do, doctor. Why is you even say, dog? Ain't nobody did nothing to you. We don't have to put up with your hostility, guy. Let me tell you something. We don't have to put up with your hostility over here. We ain't did nothing wrong. My moderators can time you out, when you become belligerent to the page. Like making threats to report people for no reason, just because I asked you what you meant by what you said. I did not block you. I timed you out. It give you time to think about what you did. But if you continue to come back and say such things like what you're saying, like negative comments to the channel, I'm going to be forced to block you, dog. And then you can report from the moon. I wouldn't care what you did, dog. But one, we ain't racist over here. Two, we don't care what color you are. Three, all we ask that you respect the channel's host as well as the chat and quit putting negative stuff off into my comments. You know what I'm saying? If you don't like my response, you should have never said what you said, dog. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody telling you can't be here. You free to rock. Engage in the content. Don't worry about what I'm doing. Worry about the content that I'm presenting to you. You know what I'm saying? Focus on that. Talk about that. We don't want to talk about what color you are, dog.
It's unclear what his connection is to Jabbar. We just know that he's at his house, but they clearly need to talk to him about something. So we will continue following that as well. But before that, we also saw SWAT. We have some video here as well showing SWAT bringing out some adults and children from a property behind the home. They were likely moving them to safety. They moved them to a command post right next to this scene to make sure that they're okay because this is a a very active scene. We know FBI has a perimeter surrounding the home, collecting as much evidence as possible. And like I mentioned, we've been out here all day. We've been out here since before noon. And when we first got here, no one was here. We didn't see any police or FBI, but about an hour later, we saw some undercover detectives showing up and telling us to move back because they had to put a perimeter around that house, and they didn't give us much information as why. But later we did figure out from FBI that they are investigating this home, and this is in connection to the New Orleans attack. So we are continuing monitoring this situation here on the ground. We've been getting updates minute by minute. We haven't had any updates since we saw that man being taken into custody.
So to y'all that's just coming in, we're seeing footage of them going to Jabbar. That's the dude that drove into the crowd in New Orleans. They went to his house and arrested some of the people that was at his house in Houston, you know, because Jabbar is from Houston, you know what I'm saying? What's up, Toya? This is wild, man. You know, say he was going through a divorce from his wife, said that his life was in turmoil, he had financial problems, and he might have just had a little bit of mental illness. Shout out to my boy Jay Stevens for gifting that membership. If you was a person that received that and you in the building, make sure you thank him, because he did not have to do that. Shout out to everybody that's subscribed. We at 18.5K on our way to 20, man. You know what I'm saying? This means we need 500 more subscribers to be at 19K. Shout out to everybody that support this channel, man.
But again, it is still an active scene out here. Lots of SWAT, lots of first responders and crews making sure that this area is safe. Now, if you live in this neighborhood, you can't get to your home right now. They're still asking people to stay away. It's unclear how long this was take. The FBI says it could take hours, but we, of course, will keep you updated. Reporting live, Corley Peel, KPR's.
All right, so we see that they went to his crib. They arrested Buddy. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure by tomorrow it'll be more out on whatever it is that they found maybe at the crib. The reason why they took Buddy to jail, but they most definitely went to Jabbar house in Houston and most definitely raided it and got his family, his girl, his kids up out the crib, as well as that man that we seen walking with his hands up. It's gonna be very interesting to see why they arrested dude and basically what they found off inside the crib, man. All right, so then we move on to we found out a whole lot about Jabbar. You know, he had gasoline in the back of his truck. You know what I'm talking about? He drove into the crowd. We found out what was going on with him within his life. You know, we found out that he has a channel, I guess on YouTube, where he was promoting his real estate business, as well as, you know, he went on there and pledged allegiance to ISIS. We seen all this. You know what I'm saying? I walked you all the way down through there on him. Okay, now it's time to get to this Cybertruck explosion. You know, people are saying that when it comes to the Cybertruck explosion, it happened in front of Trump Tower in Las Vegas, man. You know what I'm saying? The driver of that truck most definitely was unalive. 15 people were unalive during that. The same amount that was unalive during the one that happened in New Orleans. 15 and 15 makes 30, right? So we find out that the dude in the Tesla truck most definitely was a military veteran, same as the dude in New Orleans. We found out that the rental trucks were rented from the same company, Toro, in both incidents. You know what I'm saying? They're trying to figure out, could it be a link within both of these guys, since they both was in the military, you know, and both committed these acts on the same day, you know, just, I guess, minutes or hours apart from each other. One, like I said, in New Orleans that we just covered. One was in Las Vegas that we finna find out about now. You know what I'm saying? Let's go.
Attack in Las Vegas right now. We are going to go to a law enforcement briefing of that event.
The fire went out through the suppression efforts of the...
All right, so this is the police in Las Vegas giving a press conference on what took place when the truck exploded. You know what I'm saying? What they seen, how they handled it. You know what I'm saying? We finna find it all now. They gonna tell us everything they know about this Cybertruck. Man, hey, it's so crazy they had to call Elon Musk to figure out how to unlock the doors to get the driver out because the driver was still inside of the vehicle when it exploded. He took himself out the game. Let's go.
Fire department, you'll see some of the evidence in the back of the vehicle. So those are gasoline canisters. They are camp fuel canisters and large firework mortars.
Let me tell y'all this, look out. We need 300 on that like, man. We need 50 more people up there in the sky, the ones I can't see, to double tap that screen or click those 3 dots, hit that thumbs up, subscribe to the channel if you new. We on the road to 20K. We at 18.5. We need to put 300 points on the board as soon as possible. So if you ain't hit that like button, the way you do it is double tap your screen or click those 3 dots and hit the thumbs up. Do it for me if you don't do it for yourself. Look at that truck, man. Wow, I thought these things were bulletproof, bomb-proof, and everything. I guess, you know what I'm saying? This one right here, man, when I tell y'all it went kaboom, hey, it really went kaboom. Check it out.
What I also would like you to pay attention to on that video, as you see that, it looks like the exterior of that truck is completely intact as it sits there. The fact that this was a cyber truck really limited the damage that occurred inside of the valet, because it had most of the blasts go up through the truck and out. In fact, if you look on that video, you'll see that the front glass doors at the Trump...
I see y'all keep on coming through. Young, I appreciate you letting me know. He said, man, a mass incident just took place in Brooklyn. We know. I showed a little bit of it a while ago. My only problem with that is ain't no American stations covering it yet. When you see it on CNN or NBC, you know, let me know. We'll go there and watch it. But we are already aware of the mass situation that took place in Brooklyn where 11 people were unalive at a club. But it's only Indian stations that's covering it. We need some American stations to cover it.
Hotel were not even broken by that blast, which they were parked directly in front of. You can see that in the video there.
But thank you, though, my guy. What's up, Mel One? These are some of the things that were inside the bed of that truck, y'all. The explosive they was talking about. Looks like a bunch of gas cans, this, that, and third. All of this is extremely flammable. And when the truck caught fire, all this blew up.
I'm very well aware that there's a name already been reported out into the media. I am not going to confirm any names to you as I sit here today, because I cannot do that with 100% certainty of who the individual is. What I can tell you is we do know the truck was rented in Colorado. We were able to trace that truck through the Tesla charging stations, and it arrived here in Las Vegas this morning at about 7:30 and went up and down Las Vegas Boulevard before immediately pulling into the Trump Towers. Unfortunately, there were 7 people that reported injuries during this incident. All of them still remain as minor injuries and were treated at UMC. I would like to thank the Resorts World, because, as you know, we had to close down the Trump and evacuate it, as well as the Fashion Show Mall. And the Resorts World was very gracious in taking those hundreds of individuals in over there, housing them and feeding them prior to us being able to completely clear the hotel. The hotel and Fashion Show are back open for business. The Trump will remain closed as we continue this lengthy investigation as we move forward. I'm going to yield now to Chief Billy Samuels, but I'd like you to also recognize all of our exceptional elected officials that have come to support the police and fire department and this community in remaining safe. There is no further threat to the community as I sit here today, and I just want to make sure that our community understands we believe this to be an isolated incident, and it is now over as far as the danger. So, Billy?
While they give us the rundown on everything that they know, I most definitely need y'all to hit that like button, dog. We still at 270. We got almost 500 people in the building. We done had almost 500 people in the building and over the whole show, y'all. Get the likes up to 300, man. It ain't hard. I ain't telling you to send me $1 million. I ain't even told you to send me $1. What I said was click those 3 dots, hit that thumbs up, or simply double tap your screen if you're on a mobile device. It ain't that hard, man. You know what I'm saying? Support the channel by getting us in the algorithm, man. Keep us in the algorithm. We need 30 more people on that like if you don't mind. I'm giving you the time. Might as well give me the like. What are we doing? Get the likes up. We need 25 more people now to double tap that screen, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm giving you everything. Where else you gonna find entertainment like this at 2:32 in the morning, Texas time? I'm just saying, 25 more y'all out of 423 people most definitely should be able to get us to 300 likes, man. Hit the like button. Y'all been chilling the whole night. You know what I'm saying? What is wrong with them? Shout out to you, Rena, for sharing the video on Twitter, man. I appreciate that. Shout out to all the folks out there in Twitter land, man. You know what I'm saying? Make sure you subscribe to the channel, Rena. I thought you said 15 people were unalive. There were. They said 15 people. What are you talking about? Straight? Man, stop playing with me, dog. Hey, man, y'all don't stop playing with me. Y'all can catch first class flights up out of here, dog. You know what I'm saying? Listen, the report said 15 people were unalived in Vegas and 15 people were unalived in New Orleans. If you think that that's wrong, go take it up with the news. They was the ones that said it.
Thank you, Sheriff. I'm going to reiterate some of the stuff that the Sheriff has spoken upon. Engine 12 did arrive within 4 minutes of dispatch, did extinguish the fire with assistance from the sprinkler systems, and along with that electric vehicle blanket that we use on those operations. We did encounter 7 victims, all stable. 2 of them were transported.
That was at that time, doc. Just wait on it.
UMC, who have since been released. They were transported by community ambulance. A total of 13 units from Clark County Fire with 26 personnel, and then 4 units and 17 personnel from Las Vegas Fire and Rescue assisted with this operation. We always do appreciate the support that we get from our hotel partners, as the Sheriff was mentioning with Resorts World. RTC did lend us 10 buses so we can refuge the people that were evacuated from the Trump Tower. Community ambulance for their transportation for us, Las Vegas Fire and Rescue, and Nevada Division of Emergency Management. And we do appreciate their support, so we can't do that without them. And like the Sheriff said, last night was a huge success, but we are prepared for whatever comes our way. So thank you for that. And I will turn this over to Special Agent in Charge, Jeremy Schwartz.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeremy Schwartz. I'm currently the Acting Special Agent in Charge for the FBI here in Las Vegas. The FBI is currently conducting an investigation on a vehicle explosion, as the Sheriff had just shown you a little bit ago. That's being conducted through our JTTF, which is a Joint Terrorism Task Force. I want to make sure everybody understands that the task force is comprised of law enforcement officials from the entire valley here. We're not doing anything alone, and we wouldn't do anything alone without our partners making sure that we're all in lockstep. We've learned from mistakes in the past, and we're not going to do that again. We have a great relationship with our law enforcement partners, and we're going to continue to do so. As of right now, our number one goal is to ensure that we have the proper identification of the subject involved in this incident. Following that, our second objective is to determine whether this was an act of terrorism or not. I know everybody's interested in that word and trying to see if we can say, hey, this is a terrorist attack. That is our goal, and that's what we're trying to do. We have a ton of resources dedicated to this right now, and again, we're doing it with our partners. We're doing it together, jointly, and we'll continue to do so until we figure out exactly what's going on. I think most importantly, as the Sheriff already mentioned, we believe this is an isolated incident. We do not believe that there's a bunch of folks out there supporting this or helping this, and we don't believe that there's any other danger to the community right now. But again, over the next few hours and days, we will continue to do our best to research that as much as we can and get to the bottom of this, and we won't stop until we're 100% certain as to what happened and why. Thank you.
So I just want to clarify again so that I don't get these questions. We do know who rented the truck. We are looking at that individual, but I am not prepared to release the name of any of the individuals that we are looking at least until next of kin is notified and we have a 100% identification. So with that, I'll take any questions you might have. I can't see. Hi, Dana.
Do you think it's a coincidence that there were these kinds of incidents on the same
stay basically in two.
They're asking about capitals. So now they asking him about the situation that happened in New Orleans as well as the situation that happened there. Hold on real quick. Hold up. I hate when people go to playing with me. Hold up. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna hold it up too long, you know what I'm saying? But I'm most definitely gonna come back. We gonna most definitely walk it down.
Do I think it's a coincidence? I don't know, but what I can tell you is we're absolutely investigating any connectivity to what happened in New Orleans, as well as other attacks that have been occurring around the world. We're not ruling anything out yet, Dana.
Is there any possibility that this had a link to ISIS? There have been suggestions that the New Orleans attack might have.
Yeah, so the question is there any links to ISIS? And I will tell you that we don't have any indication of that here in Las Vegas. No overt ISIS flag as was seen in New Orleans. But again, we are investigating every aspect of this. And if that comes to light, we'll certainly update you. I'm sorry, sir.
What was the time between the truck's arrival and the explosion?
About 1 hour was the amount of time between the arrival of the truck here in Las Vegas, or at least our first notification of the arrival and the explosion that occurred at the tower. It was only there for about, it was sitting in the porte cochere for about 15 seconds before it exploded. Was that 15? Where'd Dory go? 15 to 20 seconds. I just want to make sure I gave you the right info.
Of the Elon Musk, Tesla, Donald Trump connection to be interesting from an investigative perspective?
Well, I mean, it's a Tesla truck, and we know that Elon Musk is working with President-elect Trump, and it's the Trump Tower, so there's obviously things to be concerned about there, and that's something we continue to look at.
Have you all kind of re-examined security procedures at hotels?
Yeah, so I'm glad you asked that question. Do we need to re-examine security procedures? We were very successful in the night before. I'm surprised this happened, to be quite frank with you, and that's certainly something we're going to have to look at in target hardening, what that looks like. But to your question, Dana, I did forget to mention that I have authorized...
I see some people down there saying I think they connected. You know what I'm saying? And let me say this as well. Maybe the report that I read did get it wrong. You know what I'm saying? But either way, we going to find out the facts regardless. You know what I'm saying? So I'm very tempted to believe that that dude that just keep on coming through here talking about, I thought you said 15, that's full of bull. You better chill out before we get you out of here again.
We call an ABX roster to continue for the next 2 days, which is my New Year's Eve staffing plan of over 1,000 officers, both in our community neighborhoods as well as on the Strip and downtown, in partnership with all of the other law enforcement agencies, City of Las Vegas Marshals, North Las Vegas Henderson, just to ensure that even if we had a copycat or somebody else wanted to go up and conduct an attack, that we have the appropriate and available resources to handle it.
Have you all found any devices inside the Cybertruck that could have been used to set off those explosives?
No, the question is, did we find any devices that would be used to set off the explosives? And the answer is no, I don't know how they were ignited. Clearly, with what you see in there, something set them off, but I don't know what it was yet. We haven't been able to process the vehicle yet.
Has LDMPD been in contact with Tesla Code to get the analytics from the vehicle cameras?
Yes, actually, I have to thank Elon Musk specifically. He gave us quite a bit of additional information in regards to how the vehicle was locked after it exploded due to the force of the nature.
I live in Las Vegas, brother. I'm just trying to help you get your information right. That's all you really need to stop being so sensitive over the content. I didn't mean no harm. Straight laced, let me tell you this. I don't give a damn where you live at. You know, I know the report that I said 15, and even if it wasn't 15, if it was 2, I'm presenting the information to you, you know what I'm saying, and they gonna put us in the right direction regardless. So what does it matter? So it looked like you trying to make something out of nothing, you know what I'm saying, by sitting over here tripping about what I said, you know what I'm saying? I'm giving you the information right in front of you. So if I read it wrong or if I said it wrong, my bad. You need to be not so sensitive over me saying stuff to you, like you don't want me to be sensitive about you saying stuff to me. me. We watching the videos. We gonna most definitely know how many it was and how many it wasn't. Maybe the source I got it from earlier was wrong. I didn't ask you where you live at. I don't care where you live. You know what I'm saying? That wasn't a part of nothing. I didn't say, hey man, where you live? I don't care where you live. So I live in Texas. Oh well. I don't live in Vegas. I don't live in New Orleans. I live in Texas. You know what I'm saying? But I'm most definitely playing the videos. So what does it matter, dog? Yeah, you go sit down somewhere. Take you a 5-minute break.
Or the nature of the force from the explosion, as well as being able to capture all of the video from the Tesla charging stations across the country, and he sent that directly to us, so I appreciate his help on that. I'll take one more question.
Elon Musk is claiming that this
I'm sorry, you got to speak up for me.
Elon Musk is saying this vehicle and the vehicle in New Orleans were rented from the same company. Has there been any other indication that these two events might be associated?
It's another, the question is both vehicles, I'm being told New Orleans was rented from Turo and so was ours.
Now go to connection.
That's another coincidence that absolutely is continuing to bear from our investigation that we have to continue to look into. So thank you very much. And as we get additional information for all of you, I'm sorry, I'll give you a shot.
Are investigators using any of these city license plate readers this year?
That's the question is, are we using the license plate readers and the technology? Well, one, you see the drone flight through the vehicle because it was unsafe to get there, so that we're using that technology. Thankful to have it, as well as the first indication of that vehicle arriving here in Las Vegas came from a license.
Soldier Part 1, I don't even see you over here on a night-to-night basis. You don't come over here and tell me nothing. Put Soldier Part 1 in timeout. Don't ever tell me, oh, you fussing too much. Focus on it. Man, I'm a fuss if I want to fuss. You don't run nothing over here. You start coming over here every day when I'm doing content. Then you can tell me something. Till then, go take you a 5-minute break, dog.
Plate reader. So technology has been very useful to us in resolving this. And again, I'll commit to come back to you all when we have confirmation of the suspect's name, who they are, what their background is. We will get that information back out to you. We'll call another press conference and provide it. I just like to, again, thank the mayor, the commissioners, the other law enforcement leaders, and of course our attorney general for showing up and supporting us in this event. It's been a statewide effort, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
We have been listening to Las Vegas law enforcement officials detailing a truck explosion outside the Trump Hotel.
Happy New Year
This
to
is what we
everybody
have
out there,
learned,
man.
that the
You know what I'm
driver.
saying? Happy New Year to all of y'all out there, man. Shout out to the people that support the channel. Shout out to my people that come over here on a night-to-night basis and rock out with your boy. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know we most definitely don't spread misinformation in any kind of way. Anything I get wrong, we most definitely correct it. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the people that support the channel, that's engaged in the content and not what I'm doing. You know what I'm saying? How many tabs I got open. You know what I'm saying? If I got words to say to somebody, you know, all this and all that. You know what I'm saying? Just rock with the content. Focus on what's going on. Leave me alone, man. You know, I ain't in the playing mood. 2025, I ain't playing with none of y'all. Especially if you don't support the brand. If you ain't supporting what I got going, you know what I'm saying? Go watch reruns of I Love Lucy or something. I'm just saying.
Was the sole occupant and is now deceased. That truck was rented in Colorado via the Turo app, which is the same app that was actually used by the New Orleans attacker. So officials are looking into whether there's any link between those two. Smoke was seen, then the truck exploded, as you see there on your screen in surveillance images. We learned from law enforcement that gas canisters and camp fuel canisters were found in the back of the truck. The sheriff said the fact that this was a cyber truck limited the damage, that most of the damage went up and out of the truck, but still 7 people reported minor injuries. We do know, though, that the glass doors of the Trump Hotel, which were right outside where this occurred, were not broken. Law enforcement is confident there is no further threat to the community. They believe this is an isolated incident and that the danger is over, and they're working to determine if this was an act of terrorism. Now, the Trump Hotel will remain closed as they move forward with the investigation. We will have much more updates on this, as well as the attack in New Orleans. Right now, we're going to take a...
That's crazy, y'all. That's crazy. Shout out to Chiney G. You know what I'm saying? For that 5-piece. Says Happy New Year 2025 blessings. Blessing to you as well. You know what I'm talking about? Blessings to you as well. All right. So then they gave us a little bit more on the explosion. at the Trump Tower. Man, when I tell y'all, it looked like a fireworks display. Man, if the truck blew up, fireworks went to shooting in the sky, everything. I bet people was like, man, oh man. I don't know why they had the fireworks off in the back of that Tesla, but it most definitely had fireworks back there, and you could see them flying, man. Let's go.
That officials are now investigating whether there is a link between the deadly terror attack in New Orleans and the Tesla Cybertruck explosion that happened outside of Trump International Hotel in Las Vegas. This is some new video of that explosion. You see it there outside the Trump Hotel. The driver of that vehicle was killed. 7 others were injured. And we now know that that Cybertruck was rented in Colorado.
We are learning from our John Miller that according to multiple law enforcement officers, this person who died in this attack, the driver of the Cybertruck, has a military background. Now, authorities say they do know the name of this driver, but they are not releasing this person's identity until they notify the next of kin. But they did say that this person rented the Cybertruck in Colorado via Turo, drove the Cybertruck down to Las Vegas.
He rented it in Colorado, drove it down to Las Vegas, guys.
And was in Vegas for about an hour before it pulled in front of Trump Tower in the valet area when that explosion happened. We were able to see video that they released that shows the explosives that were contained inside. Right there you can see the Tesla bed, the Cybertruck bed. And some of those explosives included fireworks, gas tanks, and camping fuel. And all of that was connected to a detonation device that was controlled by the driver. Now, what's incredible that the sheriff pointed out is that the explosion was really contained to the Cybertruck because of the way that the Cybertruck is built. Apparently, the explosion went upwards, not outward. And so none of the glass at the Trump Tower was broken. 7 people were injured with minor injuries, but all of them are okay and they have been released from the hospital. Now, Las Vegas police believe this was an isolated incident. They are not willing to say at this point that it is connected to the New Orleans incident, but they are investigating. And it is unusual that both drivers did use the Turo app to rent those cars.
It is very unusual. The Turo app, they decided to do it on the same day, and both vehicles contain explosives in the bed of the truck. I don't think it's a coincidence. I think they might have been connected.
So obviously this is part of the investigation. We did really receive a statement from Turo tonight that says they're cooperating. They also said that neither of the drivers had a criminal background that would alert them.
Well, we got Chrissy that says, according to the information she found, they also served at the same military base together. So there go another connection with the two.
As a security threat. Brianna?
Yeah, lots of questions here. Veronica, thank you for that. With us now, former FBI Deputy Director Andrew McCabe. We have former Assistant Secretary of Homeland Security Juliette Kayyem and former Boston Police Commissioner Ed Davis with us. Andy, you have President Biden confirming tonight officials are investigating whether there's a link between these two attacks.
Oh, did they say Biden? Oh, they said Biden, right? I got Biden right here. He spoke on it. Check this out.
Oh, I can speak for all Americans when I say our hearts are with the people of New Orleans after the despicable attack that occurred in the early morning hours. To all the families of those who were killed, to all those who were injured, to all the people of New Orleans who are grieving today, I want you to know, I grieve with you. Our nation grieves with you. We're going to stand with you as you mourn and as you heal in the weeks to come. I want to thank our brave first responders and law enforcement personnel who stopped the attacker in his tracks before he could kill or injure even more people. And I want to thank you to everyone at the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Justice, including the FBI, for working nonstop to investigate this heinous act. The FBI is leading the investigation to determine what happened, why it happened, whether there was any continuing threat to... Oh, I can speak for all Americans when I say our hearts are with the people in public safety. Here's what we know so far. The FBI has reported to me the killer was an American citizen, born in Texas. He served in the United States Army on active duty for many years. He also served in the Army Reserve until a few years ago. The FBI also reported to me that mere hours before the attack, he posted videos on social media indicating that he is inspired by ISIS, expressing a desire to kill. The ISIS flag was found in his vehicle, which he rented to conduct this attack. Possible explosives were found in the vehicle as well, and more explosives were found nearby. The situation is very fluid, and the investigation has a preliminary stage. And the fact is that right now, there you go. The law enforcement, public safety, the community are continuing to look for any connections, associations, or co-conspirators. We have nothing additional to report at this time. The investigation is continuing to be active, and no one should jump to conclusions. I've directed my Attorney General, the FBI Director, the Secretary of Homeland Security, the head of the National Counterterrorism Center, and the intelligence community to work on this intensively until we have a full and complete information. And once we have that information, I will share that information as soon as we can confirm it. The community will continue to look.
All right, hold up. All right, this was Trump. This Trump right here. When I said that the criminals, this is what Trump said. When I said the criminals coming in are far worse than the criminals we have in our country, the statement was constantly refuted by Democrats and fake news media, but it turned out to be true. The crime rate in our country is at a level that nobody has ever seen before. Our hearts are with all of the innocent victims and their loved ones, including the brave officers of the New Orleans Police Department. The Trump administration will fully support the city of New Orleans as they investigate and recover from this act of pure evil, is what Trump had to say. Not bad for a black that can't read, like they said a while ago. Remember that? You know what I'm saying? They said, we getting the news from a black that can't read. I guess I read that pretty good with your good hating self. But anyway, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, back to where we was at with the Cybertruck incident. You know what I'm saying? Let's get back over there. You know what I'm saying?
Greg, you're watching CBS News 24/7.
All right, that was the end of that one. Let's go here.
So we've talked about some of the similarities. What are the things you're looking at that could point in that direction?
Well, so far, Brianna, we have two.
It was probably you, full of bull. Soon as I said it, you fell out the bushes. I told y'all that guy a while ago was full of bull. I ought to put you in timeout, but I'm going to let you make it.
Not necessarily relevant similarities, right? We know they both went to the same rental car agency.
I told you, I be knowing these
online
fools.
Service that
you know what I'm saying?
Private
they can't even troll good. They be giving themselves away. I told y'all a while ago that was him. Now look at him. He done popped out. He couldn't take it no more. I know.
Citizens leasing their own or renting their own cars to people. They both use that same service. And we know that they both have military backgrounds. But again, these are things that could easily have been coincidence. That's not to say that these two events are not related. They wouldn't be investigating that very question if they thought it was something that wasn't possible. And if
he couldn't take it no more, he had to pop out.
Because we don't know that at this point. But if it turns out that these two individuals knew each other, then we have a very significant issue on our hands here. That points to a conspiracy, coordinated effort that spans a large area, right? Two very different states. We know the Las Vegas attacker started in Colorado, drove to Las Vegas and detonated that truck there, whereas the other, the New Orleans attacker started in Houston and ended up, of course, in New Orleans to commit his attack. So connecting these two would be highly significant, but we are not quite on the verge of doing that at this point. We need a lot more detail to figure out if there are actually any interactions between these two people. Law enforcement has many resources, intelligence resources, law enforcement resources at their disposal that they can push against to see if there are any indicators that. I'm sure they're doing exactly that tonight.
Yeah, and Juliet, according to our John Miller, both the alleged Vegas perpetrator here and this New Orleans suspect, as Andy mentioned, had military backgrounds, so they both appear to be veterans. both electric vehicles, both rented on Turo, as Andy also noted there, explosive devices in both. I think we should note that, although the suspect in New Orleans was not able to detonate them before police
Nah, Mr. B,
took
I
him
ain't
out.
talked on the Brooks case.
There's also potentially some differences here. So where does that lead investigators as they're looking for further concrete links?
Yes, I think the connections that you and Andy describe, as well as just the fact they're on the same day, not many hours apart, would lead any investigator.
And that's what I was saying. People don't typically just flip out and do the exact same thing in different places. You know what I'm saying? Like they flipped out at almost the same time, had the same type of explosion thing that go on. Dude had his in his truck. He didn't get to set his off in New Orleans, but he had them. And the old dude in Las Vegas had them as well. I'm just saying, man, that's super coincidence right there. And then the lady came through and said that they served at the same military base, allegedly. Come on, man, they gotta know each other.
And any federal entity to determine whether there were linkages. Was there some coordination around timing and methods and means? But there are also a lot of differences. For one...
It wasn't a mod that timed you out full of crap. It was me. I timed you out. Just because I feel like that was you. Calm down before I time you out again.
The second attack in Las Vegas, sort of you combine Elon Musk and Donald Trump and the Trump Tower, that suggests someone who had a political focus against them or wanted to make a statement about one or both of them. That's not a coincidence, Elon Musk and Donald Trump. And that terrorism towards them, right, and the violence that
quick on your feet, Kiss, because I was just finna tell him something good. Worried about some tabs. You worry about the wrong thing, man. You know what I'm saying? Worry about how many missing teeth you got.
Perpetrated, presumably because of them, is a form of terror, of course. And we've seen the former and future president, also be the victim of 2 assassination attempts. So this seems different as compared to what in New Orleans, which is very similar to what happened in Europe, right? That in France and Germany and elsewhere, where a car is simply used to mow down a lot of people. In this instance, and also utilization of a gun and other things where you have an individual or a number of individuals who are motivated by terrorism.
They said, look at all the windows that were still intact at Trump Tower. They don't feel like there was a bomb. Okay. Angie says they don't want to let on that they know both events are related. Well, I hear you, Angie, but man, it's most definitely, man, listen, people don't just flip out, like I said, and do the same thing on the same day. You know what I'm saying? They have the same material within the trucks, man. It just seemed like it gotta be connected. Imagine if the guy in New Orleans used a cyber truck and not a F-150. I hear you.
Maybe also in this case by other things. And that's what we will determine and what will be learned. Why is this relevant? It's a very different threat environment if this was coordinated for the nation. It just is. But if there are explanations for both that are limited to both of them, it does make the American public feel differently about the threat environment.
It certainly does. Ed, it's possible that law enforcement is poised to find out a lot of information because they are waiting on federal authorization to search a Houston home that they believe is connected to the New Orleans suspect. And authorities are saying they're hours and hours away from being able to enter that home. What are they looking for? How quickly do they need to get in there?
Hi, Brianna. It's really important that they get in there as quickly as possible.
All right, Diddy says same day, same type of attack, same background. The Tesla white guy served in Afghanistan. Too much to be a coincidence. Let's go, Diddy. I agree.
Attorneys will be assisting in writing up the documents and making sure that everything meets constitutional muster. And that can be done fairly quickly. I'm sure that overnight there's going to be leads that are developed. In every case that we have, the investigators work around the clock to make sure they're getting everything that they can. And I was often awoken at 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning with the latest information. So all of that is in process right now. And my colleagues have said exactly the right thing. It is critically important that the investigators run down this potential link and also look at social media, look at any writings that they're going to find, and importantly, look at who his circle of friends are and acquaintances, people.
Man, the world has gone crazy, y'all. Did y'all know that there was a mass event that took place in Baltimore as well? I didn't even know that it was a mass event that took place in Baltimore as well. Did y'all know that? Let me know if y'all knew that. Miss America say, yep, I didn't know nothing about that. Boy, the world is going crazy, y'all. Wow, y'all, wow. New York, Baltimore, Las Vegas, and New Orleans, y'all. People got hurt in Hawaii behind fireworks. Was this where all the drones flew? That was in New Jersey. I didn't either, kids. It's new to me. Just saying New Year is a big terror holiday. I hear you. Okay, I bet. That's crazy, man. I didn't even know about the one in Baltimore till just now.
That he's been in contact with, and that information will come from the host. And then you can just very slowly and methodically go through each one of these individuals and question them. The other thing it's important in this case is it is such a high-profile case that anybody who had contact with this man will be reporting things to the authorities. And I think that's where we get a lot of our leads in a case like this.
And Juliet, the New Orleans, sorry, go on. Oh, I'm sorry. I think I heard feedback and thought you were chiming in there, Juliet. I do want to note the New Orleans suspect made this series of videos talking about joining ISIS, also wanting to kill his family. He had an ISIS flag with him. Now we do have these questions of whether there are some connections. Do you expect that we are going to learn that there were big red flags before this attack?
I think so. I think part of it is going to depend on two things. One is the radicalization process. There's lots of, was it relatively quick? It's honestly, it seems like what we know now, it was relatively quick, so that there might not be lots of tentacles to investigate. It may be also ISIS took advantage, or ISIS or people on social media, of a person who was searching for a cause to reflect his anger that he clearly had against his family. So when we say ISIS, there's a lot, or connections to ISIS, there's a difference between ISIS directed, which we saw in Paris or Berlin or elsewhere, and ISIS inspired, someone who is just finding meaning. It makes a huge difference for our purposes in terms of what are ISIS's plans here. Are they now launching another wave in Western cities and Western European cities as well as the United States? And so it goes to the most important thing, which is New Orleans safe now, or is Las Vegas?
Someone says, I think it is terrible that we even have to talk about things like this, but it's only going to get worse. Man, I'm telling you, it's already, man, listen, talk about jumping out of the frying pan into the fire. This sad, man. You know what I'm saying? Condolences to the families of the people who lost their lives due to these senseless acts. It just don't make no sense. I stay safe on the sidewalk. Let's go, Mr. B. Absolutely, man. This is wild. Y'all please stay away from Cali and Texas. Let's go, Marquisa. Man, look, this is wild.
Is safe now. They are, again, going to hold a major event tomorrow night. I think they should. They will increase security there.
Chat, Mr. B.
Whether this is, this is a person who felt that they needed
y'all
to
hit the like button, double tap that screen, click those three dots, hit the thumbs up, subscribe to the channel if you new. Roll to
compared
19K.
to directed. That's a very significant difference for the victims and for the city of New Orleans right now.
Y'all make sure y'all subscribing to the channel, man. We on the road to 19K.
Good evening. We come on the air with breaking news about that deadly truck ramming attack in New Orleans. Any moment now, President Biden is set to speak about the attack, which is now being investigated as an act of terrorism by the...
That's y'all. All right. So then we got more. It says, Evil knuckleheads picked the wrong vehicle. Cybertruck contained and blasted Trump a hotel. You know, when it went down, they most definitely talked to Elon. And that's what this is talking about. What Elon Musk had to say about his Cybertruck being used in this attack, y'all. Let's see what Elon Musk had to say.
Monitoring these developments out of Las Vegas, US authorities launching a terror investigation after Tesla Cybertruck exploded outside a hotel owned there in the Strip by incoming President Donald Trump. One person has died and 7 people were injured in the blast. Surveillance.
So I guess the report that I read with the 15 could have been wrong because they might have got them mixed up. But all the reports that we are seeing right now says 7 injured, 1 unalive. See how easy that is to correct. You know what I'm saying? I'm most definitely gonna always admit if I got something wrong. Now all the reports that I've been seeing here of late, as far as the news, is saying 1 unalive and 7 injured. So I take that. But 15 people unalive in New Orleans for sure.
This footage that is circulated on social media, it was shown during that police press conference as well, shows that very moment there that the Tesla Cybertruck exploded at 8:39 a.m. local time. Smoke poured out of the electric vehicle as it pulled up. It was there for about 10 to 15 seconds, police said, before the explosion outside the front doors there at the Trump International Hotel. A line of people were exiting the building. First responders were at the...
Thomas, my resources are great. I'm bringing you all the information. You need not to be a resource. And I don't even know why you came here and typed that. You know what I'm saying? Because you're going to be the first one. You're going on a trip in your favorite rocket ship, zooming through the sky. Thomas, bye-bye. We don't need you. Thomas, bye-bye. Go. I bet you won't be my resource. See you later, dog. Ha! Yeah, anybody else want to take a free trip? You know what I'm saying? We just sent Thomas to Pluto. You know what I'm saying? He took a whole free. It was free. He didn't have to even pay for the ticket. We got him right up out of here. Send him to Pluto. When you do an orbit, send me a postcard.
Scene as well. The person inside the truck died during the explosion. Police yet to confirm the identity of that individual. More security are on standby at the moment for any potential acts of copycats or any sort of other terror incident that might take place.
I have authorized what we call an ABX roster to continue for the next 2 days, which is my New Year's Eve staffing plan of over 1,000 officers, both in our community.
Shout out to Shanny G. She say extra, extra. Up-to-date news. Absolutely, man. You know what I'm saying? The news you can use. Shout out to you for that 5-piece. Most definitely appreciate that. Thank you for supporting the channel. You already know what it is, Chiney.
Neighborhoods as well as on the Strip and downtown in partnership with all of the other law enforcement agencies.
They saying they don't think it is a coincidence, MJ. They saying that it was a Tesla truck for a reason. They feel like this was a direct message to Elon Musk and Trump because the person was in a Tesla truck. You know, that's Elon Musk. And then he blew up the Tesla truck in front of Trump Towers, which is Trump. They feel like, you know, it was a message that was sent directly to them. You know what I'm saying? I hope y'all got a pew-pew. I ain't feeling this. SD, it's a lot going on, dog. They got one in New York, too, dog.
City of Las Vegas Marshals, North Las Vegas, Henderson, just to ensure that even if we had a copycat or somebody else wanted to go up and conduct an attack.
Given the timing of these two events, authorities are investing any potential link between what's happened in Las Vegas and what happened there in New Orleans. There was questions at the press conference to law enforcement about the fact that these two vehicles were both rented, both from the same company. But at this stage, the update was that seemed to be just a mere coincidence. Tesla founder Elon Musk, as we know, very close to incoming President Donald Trump, he posted on social media.
And this is what Elon Musk had to say via Twitter X. Y'all know he be over there on X saying what he got to say. This is what Elon Musk had to say about his Cybertrucks being used in the attack today.
his platform X today, saying that it appears likely to be an act of terrorism. He says both this Cybertruck and the F-150 suicide bomb in New Orleans were rented from Turo. That's that rental car company I mentioned, and he speculates perhaps that they are linked in some way. Mr. Musk has also written that the evil knuckleheads picked the wrong vehicle for a terrorist attack. Cybertruck actually contained the explosion and directed the blast upwards. Not even the glass doors of the lobby were broken. And that's the very point that Las Vegas authorities had been making. The fact that this was a Cybertruck prevented the explosives actually doing further damage into the interior of the hotel. Vegas authorities confirming that both Mr. Musk and Donald Trump have aided the investigation so far.
I have to thank Elon Musk specifically. He gave us quite a bit of additional information in regards to how the vehicle was locked.
P. Diddy. We'll do it again. Matter of fact, we'll make it where you can't type, man. You better calm down down there. You don't run nothing over here.
After it exploded due to the force of the nature of the force from the explosion, as well as being able to capture all of the video from the Tesla charging stations across the country, and he sent that directly to us, so I appreciate his help.
Attention is also now turning to security at other major events that are coming up in the United States.
The Super Bowl.
We're just 2 weeks or so away from Donald Trump's inauguration in Washington, D.C. They're also, New Orleans will be playing host to the Super Bowl in early February.
I'm not as concerned for the actual inauguration. That's a national security event. Everything that we have possibly.
Now, y'all already know they've been making attempts on Trump's life, and then they talking about this inauguration coming up, and then you got this Tesla truck, Elon Musk, blowing up in front of the Trump Tower. Maybe they trying to send him a message. I'm just saying.
Be rolled out, and those people think outside the box will be there. What I'm concerned about are the events like we saw last night. So during the inauguration, they have all these inauguration balls. Those are going to be targets. We have different bowl games coming up, the Super Bowl coming up. The Super Bowl is not just one game. It's a week of all these different things going on, and to an extent where an entire city is consumed by events around the Super Bowl. That's a soft target. That's a concern.
That's crazy, y'all. You know what I'm saying? It's most definitely wild. All these things going on. These attacks, man. That's throwed off. That's throwed off. I was like, wow. But let's go. Official update on the Tesla.
At a Trump hotel in Las Vegas, the chief now giving us a briefing.
And that changed this morning at about 8:40 when a 2024 Tesla Cybertruck pulled into the area valet of the Trump International Hotel. Very quickly thereafter that, the driver, who was the sole occupant of the truck, we saw what looked like maybe some sort of smoke, and then the truck exploded. Smoke was coming from inside of the truck after we noticed the flash.
My guy is breathing hard, man. What's wrong with him, man? It got him shook up.
In the explosion, and I'm going to show you that first video. That's the Cybertruck parked right in front of the
We finna show the complete
doors.
video. We finna get the whole rundown.
Can you play that again, Carlos?
Now watch these fireworks.
So the individual that was in that truck is obviously deceased. Still in the truck as we speak here today. Our fire department folks, Engine 12, a number of others, you'll hear from one of the fire chiefs here in just a moment, arrived very quickly, along with my officers. And obviously we knew that we had a much larger event than just a vehicle fire. And so there's going to be a drone video that plays to my left again. You'll see as the fire initially, they covered it with the tarp to try to get it to go out. Once the fire went out through the suppression efforts of the fire department, you'll see some of the evidence in the back of the vehicle. So those are gasoline canisters. They are camp fuel canisters and large firework mortars. But I also would like you to
make sure y'all double tapping that screen, subscribe to the channel if you new. Road to 20K. We at 18.5, man. Make sure you subscribing to the channel. It's easy. All you gotta do is press the subscribe button. We 20 subscribers away from having 18.6. 20 of y'all who ain't from here, make sure you subscribing to the channel, man.
pay attention to on that video, as you see that, it looks like the exterior of that truck is completely intact as it sits there. The fact that this was a cyber truck really limited the damage that occurred inside of the valet, because it had most of the blasts go up through the truck and out. In fact, if you look on that video, you'll see that the front glass doors at the Trump hotel were not even broken by that blast, which they were parked directly in front of. You can see that in the video there. What I will update, I'm very well aware that there's a name already been reported out into the media. I am not going to confirm any names to you as I sit here today, because I cannot do that with 100% certainty of who the individual is. What I can tell you is we do know the truck was rented in Colorado. We were able to trace that truck through the Tesla charging stations, and it arrived here in Las Vegas this morning at about 7:30 and went up and down Las Vegas Boulevard before immediately pulling into the Trump Towers. Unfortunately, there were 7 people that reported injuries during this incident. All of them still remain as minor injuries and were treated at UMC. I would like to thank the Resorts World, because as you know, we had to close down the Trump and evacuate it, as well as the Fashion Show Mall. And the Resorts World was very gracious in taking those hundreds of individuals in over there, housing them and feeding them prior to us being able to completely clear the hotel.
Ain't that just wild, y'all? That's wild, man. Man, that is wild, y'all. Could you imagine being off inside of there or standing outside and seeing that truck just explode like that? Yeah, man, this is crazy, man. 2 major attacks in one day by military veterans with explosives in the back of these trucks that rented vehicles from the same spot. One of them drove, the one that happened in Las Vegas, which is this one, he rented his truck in Colorado and drove it all the way to Las Vegas just to blow it up, man. This is crazy.
The hotel and fashion show are back open for business. The Trump will remain closed as we continue this lengthy investigation as we move forward. I'm going to yield now to Chief Billy Samuels, but I'd like you to also recognize all of our exceptional elected officials that have come to support the police and the fire department and this community in remaining safe. There is no further threat to the community as I sit here today, and I just want to make sure that our community understands we believe this to be an isolated incident, and it is now over as far as the danger. So, Billy?
Oh, wow. Make sure you subscribe, man.
Thank you, Sheriff.
You know what I'm saying? We most definitely
reiterate some of the stuff that the Sheriff has spoken upon. Engine 12 did arrive within 4 minutes of dispatch. Did extinguish the fire with assistance from the sprinkler systems, and along with that electric vehicle blanket that we use on those operations. We did encounter 7 victims, all stable. 2 of them were transported to UMC, who have since been released. They were transported by community ambulance. A total of 13 units from Clark County Fire with 26 personnel, and then 4 units and 17 personnel from Las Vegas Fire and Rescue assisted with this operation.
They said they found the most explosive ever in American history in Virginia. We don't know how messed up we are, man. I'm just telling you, man. It's too strange for it to be not a connection with both of these situations. I'm willing to bet there is a connection.
We always do appreciate the support that we get from our hotel partners, as the Sheriff was mentioning with Resorts World.
Nikki, you trying to get up out of here, Nikki? Yeah, we don't do that racist stuff over here. What you mean? Let's make all blacks kiss again. We about to send you on a rocket ship. You about to be the first lady to get ejected. I don't think we ever had to send a woman out of here. But you about to get up out of here, Nikki. Don't you ever say nothing like that no more.
RTC did lend us 10 buses so we could refuge the people that were evacuated from the Trump Tower. Community ambulance for their transportation for us, Las Vegas Fire and Rescue, and Nevada Division of Emergency Management. And we do appreciate their support, so we can't do that without them. And like the sheriff said, last night was a huge success, but we are prepared for whatever comes our way. So thank you for that. And I will turn this over to Special Agent in Charge, Jeremy Schwartz.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeremy Schwartz. I'm currently the acting special agent in charge for the FBI here in Las Vegas. The FBI is currently conducting an investigation on a vehicle explosion, as the sheriff had just showed you a little bit ago. That's being conducted through our JTTF, which is a Joint Terrorism Task Force. I want to make sure everybody understands that the task force is comprised of law enforcement officials from the entire valley here. We're not doing anything alone, and we wouldn't do anything alone without our partners making sure that we're all in lockstep. We've learned from mistakes in the past, and we're not going to do that again. We have a great relationship with our law enforcement partners, and we're going to continue to do so. As of right now, our number one goal is to ensure that we have the proper identification of the subject involved in this incident. Following that, our second objective is to determine.
Unapologetic says Senator Mars. If she get out of line again, unapologetic, I give you permission to send her wherever you want her to go.
And whether this was an act of terrorism or not. I know everybody's interested in that word and trying to see if we can say, hey, this is a terrorist attack. That is our goal, and that's what we're trying to do. We have a ton of resources dedicated to this right now, and again, we're doing it with our partners. We're doing it together, jointly, and we'll continue to do so until we figure out exactly what's going on. I think most importantly, as the sheriff already mentioned, we believe this is an isolated incident. We do not believe that there's a bunch of folks out there supporting this or helping this, and we don't believe that there's any other danger to the community.
I'll be right back, man. Y'all hold it down real quick. You know what I'm saying? Don't let nobody steal nothing. Yo, that chain, blinded. Don't get blinded, Diddy.
Right now, but again, over the next few hours and days, we will continue to do our best to research that as much as we can and get to the bottom of this, and we won't stop until we're 100% certain as to what happened and why. Thank you.
So I just want to clarify again so that I don't get these questions. We do know who rented the truck. We are looking at that individual, but I am not prepared to release the name of any of the individuals that we are looking at least until next of kin is notified and we have a 100% identification. So with that, I'll take any questions you might have. I can't see. Hi, Dana.
Do you think it's a coincidence that there were these kinds of incidents on the same day, basically, in two tourism capitals?
Do I think it's a coincidence? I don't know, but what I can tell you is we're absolutely investigating any connectivity to what happened in New Orleans, as well as other attacks that have been occurring around the world. We're not ruling anything out yet, Dana.
Sure. Is there any possibility that this had a link to ISIS? There have been suggestions that the New Orleans attack might have.
Yeah, so the question is there any links to ISIS? And I will tell you that we don't have any indication of that here in Las Vegas. No overt ISIS flag as was seen in New Orleans. But again, we are investigating every aspect of this. And if that comes to light, we'll certainly update you. I'm sorry, sir.
What was the time between the truck's arrival and the explosion?
About 1 hour was the amount of time between the arrival of the truck here in Las Vegas, or at least our first notification of the arrival and the explosion that occurred at the tower. It was only there for about, it was sitting in the porte cochere for about 15 seconds before it exploded. Was that 15? Where'd Dory go? The 15 to 20 seconds, I just want to make sure I gave you the right info.
Mention of the Elon Musk, Tesla, Donald Trump connection to be interesting from an investigative perspective?
Well, I mean, it's a Tesla truck, and we know that Elon Musk is working with President-elect Trump, and it's the Trump Tower, so there's obviously things to be concerned about there, and that's something we continue to look at.
Have you all now re-examined security procedures at hotels?
Yeah, so I'm glad you asked that question. Do we need to re-examine security procedures? We were very successful in the night before. I'm surprised this happened, to be quite frank with you, and that's certainly something we're going to have to look at in target hardening, what that looks like. But to your question, Dana, I did forget to mention that I have authorized what we call an ABX roster to continue for the next 2 days, which is my New Year's Eve staffing plan of over 1,000 officers, both in our community neighborhoods as well as on the Strip and downtown, in partnership with all of the other law enforcement agencies, City of Las Vegas Marshals, North Las Vegas Henderson, just to ensure that even if we had a copycat or somebody else wanted to go up and conduct an attack, that we have the appropriate and available resources to handle it.
Have you all found any devices inside the Cybertruck that could have been used to set off those explosives?
No, the question is, did we find any devices that would be used to set off the explosives? And the answer is no, I don't know how they were ignited. Clearly, with what you see in there, something set them off, but I don't know what it was yet. We haven't been able to process the vehicle yet.
Has LVMPD been in contact with Tesla Code to get analytics from the vehicle cameras?
Yes, actually, I have to thank Elon Musk specifically. He gave us quite a bit of additional information in regards to how the vehicle was locked after it exploded due to the force of the nature of the force from the explosion, as well as being able to capture all of the video from the Tesla charging stations across the country, and he sent that directly to us, so I appreciate his help on that. I'll take one more question.
Elon Musk is claiming that this...
I'm sorry, you got to speak up for me.
Elon Musk is saying this vehicle and the vehicle in New Orleans were rented from the same company. Has there been any other indication that these two events might be associated?
It's another, the question is both vehicles, I'm being told New Orleans was rented from Toro and so was ours. That's another coincidence that absolutely is continuing to bear from our investigation that we have to continue to look into. So thank you very much. And as we get additional information for all of you, I'm sorry, I'll give you a chat.
Are you investigators using any of these city license plate readers this year?
That's the question is, are we using the license plate readers and the technology? Well, one, you see the drone flight through the vehicle because it was unsafe to get there, so that we're using that technology. Thankful to have it, as well as the first indication of that vehicle arriving here in Las Vegas came from a license plate reader. So technology has been very useful to us in resolving this. And again, I'll commit to come back to you all when we have confirmation of the suspect's name, who they are, what their background is. We will get that information back out to you. We'll call another press conference and provide it. I just like to, again, thank the mayor, the commissioners, the other law enforcement leaders, and of course our attorney general for showing up and supporting us in this event. It's been a statewide effort, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
We've been listening to a briefing from the police chief in Las Vegas, Nevada, who basically is asking the same question all of us are asking. Is the explosion of a cyber truck outside a Trump hotel in Las Vegas connected with the deadly terror attack in New Orleans that cost 15 lives and sent dozens of others for treatment? Basically, his answer is they're looking at it, that it's obviously something.
They most definitely connected. Y'all better tell him, man, why he talking. They most definitely is connected.
That crosses everyone's minds. Let me bring in Tom Winter right now, who covers law enforcement for us. Tom, let's talk about that question. What evidence is there that points in either direction here?
Sure. Well,
did anybody take anything while I was gone? Anybody come in here mess with anything? You know what I'm saying? I had to most definitely run to the store real quick. Tom wouldn't let me. I sped. You know what I'm saying? There and back trying to hurry up. Uh-oh. Yeah, what you mean, uh-oh? Somebody done stole something. What's crazy is they was an ISIS flag on the truck in the footage. Listen, SD, they said that he made a whole video professing his allegiance to ISIS, and they found it. You know what I'm saying? So they most definitely been throwing it out there. Unapologetic. I almost got caught. I thought you had my back. Man, what y'all in here doing, man? What y'all been here sending people to the moon without me being here? What you almost got caught doing what, Kiss? Unapologetic, don't get involved with what Kiss got going on, man. Kiss, I had your back. P. Diddy tried to slip baby oil on your ish. Oh, y'all got P. Diddy up out of here. Diddy is is messing up. Oh, Lord Jesus, man. Y'all done got Diddy up out of here.
Sheriff Kevin McMahill, who gave that press conference there in Las Vegas because of the high-profile incidents that they or high-profile events that they typically handle in that city, but also one of the worst mass shootings in American history that occurred at a country music concert several years ago. They have a lot of experience with these type of high-profile cases. You heard it there. The common link here, Lester, is that there is a company called Toro, which basically allows you to put your car out there and make it available for somebody else to use.
Hold on real quick. SD, you still in here, SD? SD, let me know if you still in here. I got something for you, buddy. You still in here, SD? Type something if you still in here, SD. Let me know if I got something for you, especially for you, dog. All right, I see you. All right, hold on. Let me find what it said real quick. This off topic of that. We're going to go right back to it. You know, SD is a flat earther. He believes that the earth is flat. You know, in that it's most definitely not round. I found some the other day, SD, just for you. I said I was going to play it for you. If you ever popped in, you know, I had to let you see this. Let me look real quick. Hold on. This off topic. But this on topic for him. Hold up. Let me look in here real good. Hold up, y'all. Give me a second. All my people in the building, man. Make sure y'all double tap that screen, get the likes up. Because he always talking about Antarctica and stuff. Hold on. Let me find it real quick. Hold on, y'all. Give me a half a second. I'm looking through here, all the way through here. I gotta take my time and find it real quick. Hold on. It can't be that far up. It gotta be down some more. You might get lucky today, boy. You might get lucky. Here you go, SD. This for you, Doc. Flat Earther admits he was wrong after traveling 9,000 miles to Antarctica to test his beliefs, guys. You know what I'm saying? Dang, this ain't the one, though. This it, but it ain't it. Dang, man. They had one where they showed the video. SD, this for you, dog. I'm going to find it. Hold on. I'm finna go get it just for you, SD. You always talking about Antarctica and the ice wall. All this and all that. But seeing that I had found that one right there, that most definitely let me know that's about where it's at. Hold on. Let's get back to it. Where you at, guy? Where you at? Hold on. See, this is part of it right here. That one I just showed you is part of what I'm trying to show you. If I can find it. I can't find it though, SD. I got so much stuff cluttered off in here. I might can't find it. You might look up today, man. It's so far down there, I don't see it. But I'm going to keep looking for it. I'm going to find it. I'm going to bring it to your attention, dog. Something you need to see. Might change your life. But this was part of it. Man, they showed they showed the whole thing too, fool. Like, it showed why the earth has to be round, my guy. Some of y'all gotta ride planes. Earth is clearly flat. No, it ain't, man. You don't see this right here? Flat earther admits he was wrong after traveling 9,000 miles to Antarctica to test his beliefs, dog. And if I could find that video, oh, you'll really be mad. You lucky I can't find that. I got so much stuff off in here. But they most definitely debunk everything y'all be talking about in this one video. When it comes to the flat earth situation. I know the chat probably down there going crazy. It's people that agree with me. It's people that don't agree with me. But if I can find this video, y'all gonna be ass. Let me get close so I can see. Let me look real close. I'm looking real close, y'all. Lord, I got so much stuff off in here. Hold on. Boy, you better be lucky. You better be lucky. Sorry, I ain't got all day today. I'm going to keep on looking. I'm going to go back and find that video, SD. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to mess your head up. Say the drones. That ain't what I'm looking for. Dang, boy, you better be lucky. Boy, I can't find it. Ooh, you lucky. You was lucky. I want to find it too, boy. You know what I'm saying? Because this one video could change your life, SD. That's the only reason I'm worried about finding it. You lucky, boy. You lucky, dog. I need to clean that out. I ain't gonna even worry about it right now. Let's go back to this. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody in the building, man. SD, I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna let you know when I find it, too.
So it would be no different than if I had a car here in New York City and said, well, I'm leaving with the family for 2 weeks, Lester, but if you need my car, you can borrow it. This is different in that it's actually a commercial service. So it's similar to the types of vacation rental property services that are so popular out there, like Airbnb, VRBO, same type of idea that's here. It's the same company in the same type of rental that occurred in both the New Orleans incident and the incident in Las Vegas.
And it's crazy, and because that's exactly what it was about. The 30 days and 30 nights of sunlight and the rotation of the sun, you know, as it goes across the plains and stuff. They actually filmed it, and they took a flat earth dude out there with them, you know what I'm saying, to witness it firsthand, to where he had to come back and admit that he was wrong about the earth being flat. That's what I'm talking about. On that video, I'm gonna find it,
tie between the two. Outside of that, no law enforcement official has told myself or our colleagues here at NBC News that there's any sort of evidentiary tie between the two, other than, of course, both took place on the same day, the same date. So that's the only evidentiary link between them. Whether or not there's other information that has come up, we've been told so far preliminarily, it's the belief, and law enforcement officials who've been briefed on both investigations, they don't see a tie at this point, but obviously these investigations are ongoing. The video that was played at the press conference shows the idea of these fireworks set up as kind of like mortars. We heard earlier in the broadcast the actual sound of the fireworks going off, no different than you would hear on the 4th of July, and that there was gasoline and fuel that was included in this. The fact that it occurred in the bed, which is generally open and exposed on that truck, allowed the explosion not to be contained, and that's something that an actual explosive device that works in a stronger manner needs. It needs the ability to be contained without giving people too many ideas on how to make an explosive device out of their vehicle. So that's something that will be looked at. What was the ultimate goal here? Clearly, according to the sheriff, he was able to actually talk to Elon Musk, who of course runs Tesla and a number of other companies and is working with President-elect Trump to get information. The Tesla car absorbs
absorbs so much data, where it was charged, where it's been, all sorts of information about what occurs inside the vehicle and the way that it's operated. It's really an investigative landmine for these individuals. Then you heard about a blanket that was used to put the fire out there, Lester. Electric vehicles generally have a reaction when firefighters apply water to them to be able to put out a fire. So in fact, what occurs is they try to put a blanket over it to suffocate the fire effectively, take away its oxygen source, and then stop the flames from going on from there. That's something that law enforcement typically uses, and apparently was what they used here to stop the fire. But to your ultimate question, are we looking at two linked events today? One involving a high-profile incident that is ISIS-inspired in New Orleans, and another involving a property that bears the name of the president-elect in a vehicle driven by one of his top advisors, frankly, at this point, if not in name, then in actuality. That's something that nobody has pointed to yet, but clearly they're asking questions about, given the fact that both of these events took place on the same day.
Okay, Tom, thanks very much. I want to turn now to Gabe Gutierrez, who's following the president, who made some remarks just a short time ago, speaking in solidarity with the people of New Orleans. And
this is wild, y'all.
Hitting us with some new information on the investigation. Gabe?
Well, hi there, Lester. Yes, President Biden a short time ago at Camp David addressing the public for his first lengthy remarks since the attack in New Orleans earlier today. He also mentioned that he was being briefed on that attack in Las Vegas, although he didn't share much information there. He called the attack in New Orleans a despicable attack, and he said that top officials at the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security had briefed him throughout the day. Now, Lester, as you said, one of the major questions
I don't think the Biden administration was in on this. I seen people saying that earlier. I don't think they had nothing to do with this attack, to be honest.
At this point, regarding the Las Vegas attack, as you said, is was it an isolated incident, and was there any connection between that Tesla Cybertruck, which that company owned by Elon Musk, and President-elect Trump, the Trump Hotel? Now, we have not heard directly from the Trump transition about that attack in Las Vegas. Eric Trump, the president-elect's son, did share a statement earlier today saying that his thoughts were with the guests of the hotel and also thanking the local police department for responding. But we have yet to hear from the president-elect himself about that incident in Las Vegas. We did hear from the president-elect, who is here in South Florida. He spent part of the day at his international golf club. Tonight, he's at Mar-a-Lago. He did comment briefly on a social media post earlier today about the incident in New Orleans, saying that his heart went out to the victims, and he pledged that his administration would go and would pledge as much support as it could to the city of New Orleans. Now, earlier, just a short time ago, again, President Biden calling this a despicable attack and saying that I grieve with you, again, striking that tone as consoler in chief. Now, Lester, the president also mentioning the detail about that ISIS flag on that truck, and just 19 days from the end of his presidency. Let's take a step back here, and the Biden administration has tried to make the case that its foreign policy has contributed to the diminishment of ISIS in the Middle East, and has also, with the fall of Bashar al-Assad in Syria, the Biden administration has tried to make the case that its foreign policy contributed to that. Now, as this investigation continues and we hear whether the suspect in New Orleans may have been ISIS-inspired, the details of this attack certainly weighing on the president, but he is cautioning that the federal investigators will look into his motive. We do not have that specifically yet, but President Biden addressing the public in his first lengthy remarks, they lasted about 5 minutes or so at Camp David just a short time ago, Lester.
All right, thanks very much, Gabe Gutierrez. I'm going to turn back to Ken Delaney, our national security correspondent. Ken, not to belabor the point too much, but back to that explosion of a car, the cyber car in Las Vegas. What are your sources telling you about a possible connection, if only there was a general call for terror-type attacks?
That's right, Lester. So they're investigating that possibility. There are concerns about that, and as you just heard, or as Las Vegas police officers just said, too many coincidences here. The fact that this happened on the same day, but there doesn't appear to be concrete evidence linking the two events, but they are looking very hard, given the overall spate of coincidences, and as you said, the call for attacks and the concerns that ISIS ideology is resurging around the world.
Are there questions about how far this investigation will go, where it could lead beyond just, determining the who, what, when, and where?
All right, Miss America.
Yeah, in terms of the New Orleans attack, Lester, this is really of grave concern to the counterterrorism officials I'm talking to. It wasn't that long ago that experts and intelligence officials were saying the threat from Islamic terrorism around the world had receded. And of course, it was 5 years ago that the United States defeated the ISIS caliphate in Syria. But since then, the ISIS threat has morphed and grown more diffuse. That's the term that counterterrorism officials use. But the ideology hasn't gone away, and there continue to be ISIS-inspired attacks around the world and in the United States. But this is one of the biggest that we've seen really in the post-9/11 environment, and one of the most complex when you consider it was a vehicle-borne attack. We've seen those before. We've seen them in Germany and in New York City, of course, in 2017. But combined with the use of a gun to shoot police officers, and combined with the potential for bombs, for IEDs, that's a really complex attack that appeared to require some advanced planning. Again, they're not saying, they don't know whether this person had any accomplices or whether he acted alone. But either way, it's a really disquieting signal that the ISIS ideology continues to pose a threat to Americans, Lester.
That's
crazy. All right,
crazy.
Ken Delaney, and certainly a difficult night for many Americans as we start a new year and look forward to so many things, and to be dragged back into the sad past of terrorism. A tough night. That concludes this NBC News special report. We'll have much more ahead on our streaming network, NBC.
Yeah, so they gave us a rundown, you know what I'm saying, as far as both of these attack goes. Very similar. Both use electric vehicles. One uses a Cybertruck. One uses an electric F-150. Both rented from the same place. Happened around the same time. Both happen to be military veterans. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say it's no coincidence. I'm gonna say it's most definitely probably tied in together. Somebody came through earlier and most definitely said that the people who involved in both of these attacks, they went to the same military base. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, man. This is crazy, man. A lot of victims in both cases.
Young man that I have been able
to. These are some of the victims. It says 6 of the victims from Bourbon Street attack identified, y'all. So here goes 6 of the people that basically lost their lives due to this attack that happened in New Orleans right here.
Identify the others that we know of right now. The first one was 18-year-old Nakira Cheyenne Dido. She's 18 years old from Gulfport, Mississippi. We've learned about Nicole Perez, I believe from Metairie. Then we learned about Tiger Besh from Lafayette. And then we also learned of Reggie Hunter from Baton Rouge. I know he's a father of 2. All of these very tragic stories. And as you pick names with faces, you learn about their stories. You figure out who they are. And the young man that I have been able to identify.
All right, so you know what I'm saying? Prayers go out to their families. That's 6 of the people who were hurt or were unalived in the New Orleans attack, man. You know what I'm saying? It's so much information floating around about all of this. Here goes some more on the victims. It says New Orleans New Year's terror attack, 7 of 15 victims currently identified, guys. You know what I'm saying? There goes some of them. Hold up. Gave their names. Reggie Hunter, Kareem, however you say his last name, Tiger Beck, Nakira, Gulfport, Matthew, however you say his name, Nicole Perez, Herbert, however you say his last name, a University of Georgia student, and the Israel nationals were also among those reported injured, y'all. It's a lot going on. Some more pictures of them. All of these are the victims, y'all. Prayers for their families.
To your regular scheduled programming to bring you up-to-date information on that act of terror that happened this New Year's morning on Bourbon Street, including an update on the victims. 15 people have been confirmed dead, at least 30 more hospitalized as police presence remains on the scene of the attack tonight. Here is video of that truck on Bourbon Street and the scenes that show the moment after the suspect rammed into the crowd. We did pause and blur the video because it is hard to watch, and we can't forget about the victims of this act of terror. Just moments ago, we learned that Archbishop Shaw alum, 21-year-old Hubert Gautreaux, was one of the 15 victims who died during the attack. Also new tonight, we've learned that Lansdale Catholic alum Ryan Quigley, also among the 30-plus people injured in the attack. We've confirmed this woman, 28-year-old Nicole Perez, was a manager at a deli in Metairie. She has died as the result of this attack. She leaves behind a young son. Mississippi teen at Nakira to your regular scheduled programming to bring you up-to-date information. Dito was identified by her family as one of the people killed this morning. And we know that 28-year-old Tiger Bash from Lafayette also among the deceased. If you are looking for your loved one right now that may have been involved in the chaos, the terror that unfolded this morning, you can call the number on your screen, 504-539-3266. Okay, here's what we know about the suspect in this deadly attack. The FBI has identified the driver as 42-year-old Shamsud Din Jabbar. He was shot dead after an exchange of gunfire by police, wounding two of those officers before he was neutralized. Jabbar is a U.S. citizen and a military veteran who lives in Texas. We know that he rented that white pickup truck and was reportedly wearing full military gear during the attack.
On his army fatigue.
Dito was identified.
We now have confirmed the identity of a fifth victim. I was on the phone with Matthew Tenedorio's family today. Matthew's 25 years old. He was the youngest of three boys, and his family is saddened by his loss. Sorry, I just got off the phone with his family, so it's just heavy. It's heavy, but yes, 25 years old. He lived in Picayune, Mississippi. That's him on the screen there. His mom wants to talk to us tomorrow about her wonderful son, is what she texted me. So I'm excited to speak to her to learn more about him. But he is the fifth young man that I have been able to identify. The others that we know of right now, the first one was 18-year-old Nakira Cheyenne Dito. She was 18 years old from Gulfport, Mississippi. We've learned about Nicole Perez. We now have I believe from Metairie. Then we learned about Tiger Besh from Lafayette. And then we also learned of Reggie Hunter from Baton Rouge. I know he's a father of two. All of these very tragic stories. And as you pick names with faces, you learn about their stories. You figure out who they are and the families that are hurting now. So, we have been trying to make contact with them because when it's just a number, 10 people dead, those are families that have stories. So, we've been reaching out to these families and offering to share that story of who their loved one is, to, commemorate them and offer tribute to who they are. This is a senseless death, but it is not a senseless life. So, it's all right.
Sad, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Then they got Biden them. They showing when it was just 10 people. Y'all know it update constantly. But that's crazy, y'all. Prayers for these families, man. This here is wild, y'all. This crazy. The tails of the truck.
Meanwhile, authorities in Las Vegas are on alert tonight after a possible terrorist attack at the Trump Las Vegas hotel. According to police, a Tesla Cybertruck exploded in the valet at the entrance to that tower earlier today. This video shows the smoke from that incident. Officials say the driver is dead and the only casualty. Several bystanders had minor injuries. Investigators don't know what caused that blast and are trying to determine if this was something wrong with the car or something external caused it. An investigation is ongoing. Meanwhile, authorities in Las Vegas are...
Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Mayhill. I'm the sheriff.
Oh! Look, y'all see them fireworks going off in there? Like all of that extra
So the
stuff
individual
is
that was in that
fireworks.
truck is obviously...
That's crazy. You're going up close picture of the truck.
But I also would like you to pay attention to on that video, as you see that, it looks like the exterior of that truck is completely intact as it sits there. The fact that this was a cyber truck really limited the damage that occurred inside of the valet because it had most of the blast go up through the truck and out.
Look at all them fireworks, y'all. You know what I'm saying? They most definitely was trying to make something happen. Make sure you double tapping that screen. We need 10 more people to hit the like button. We'll be at 400 on the like. All you got to do is double tap your screen or click those 3 dots and hit the thumbs up, y'all.
In fact, if you look on that video, you'll see that the front glass doors at the Trump hotel were not even broken by that blast, which they were parked directly in front of. You can see that in the video there. What I can tell you is...
Because we already did that. We have now confirmed that the explosion was caused by a very large fireworks and or bomb carried in the bed of the rented cyber truck and unrelated to the vehicle itself. All vehicles telemetry was positive at the time of the explosion, y'all. That's what Elon Musk said. He also said the whole Tesla senior team is investigating this matter right now. We'll post more information as soon as we learn anything. We've never seen anything like this. Some more on the scene footage. Showing the news, talking about it. Biden them. Same thing over again. But yeah, man, it's a lot going on in the world, man. You know what I'm saying? A whole lot. Too dang much, if I do say so myself, man. It's crazy, man. Most definitely. Gotta keep our eye on it. I already read that to y'all, too. Y'all already got that. Time is 4:02. I do got the Diddy stuff in my title. I most definitely need to do that too. You know what I'm saying? Don't want to be putting out nothing that ain't gotta make sure I cover all my bases. Hold on real quick. Let me go over here and do this real fast. Yeah, man, and then we'll talk about it. Hold on real quick.
P. Diddy ringing in the new year with...
All right, so we talking about, let's get off the Cybertruck. I gave y'all all of that. Now I got to get to the other thing that's in my title. You know, can't be putting out no clickbait. You know what I'm saying? So let's get to this Diddy topic real quick before we get up out of here. You know what I'm saying? Most definitely, Diddy has went on record to say that he feels like he was basically targeted when the jail came and raided his cell and took pictures of his notes, had an investigator in there that worked with the prosecution. You know what I'm saying? He said he feel like it was a targeted type thing. You know what I'm saying? They gonna most definitely break it down and let us know why. And we most definitely will discuss it as it goes. You know what I'm saying? Last video before we get up out of here. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Shout out to everybody hit that like button. And most definitely shout out to everybody that subscribed to the channel. We are now at 18.6K on subscribers, man. That means that we're 400 subscribers away from 19K, man, on our quest to 20K subscribers. Every subscriber counts. If you're not subscribed, make sure you subscribe. We finna find out why Diddy feels like he was targeted when they came in his cell and basically raided it and took pictures of his things that he had going on with his attorneys, man. Let's check it out.
A jailhouse meltdown, at least according to some new reports. All this comes as the disgraced singer spends his remain anonymous. By now, you're Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn. He's facing federal charges of racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, and transportation to engage in prostitution. The charges came down in September when a grand jury indicted Diddy, half a year after those federal raids were first performed on his home.
What's up, Ghetto?
Since he was booked, Diddy has made several bids for bail, hoping to get back to one of those homes or an apartment on New York's Upper East Side. Just last month, Diddy's team officially put in its third attempt for his release, asking that he be put on house arrest. The defense.
Now, remember, I told y'all I'll be covering stuff over here, and then the law and crime will go and cover it. You know what I'm saying? I'll be on point. Now, I told y'all about Diddy's meltdown. I told y'all about the alleged deal that the state tried to give him to tell on people. You know what I'm saying? Hey, man, you want to get out? We know you had a meltdown. You want to get up out of here? All you got to do is tell on some of the people that was there with you, some bigger names than you, and even some smaller ones. If they was in attendance while you was doing what you was doing, the thing that you're locked up for, you can most definitely give us those names. We don't care if they athletes. We don't care if they musicians. We don't care if they the president of the United States. If you can give us some names, we'll secure you a bail. Sounds real tempting after you done had a meltdown in jail about spending Christmas and New Year's locked up. Let's see if they talk about it. Let's go.
Originally wanted Diddy to be held on house arrest at his Star Island mansion in Miami, Florida, one of the places that was actually raided way back in March. But Judge Arun Subramanian shot that down pretty quickly, and it was decided if Diddy was granted bail, he'd be staying in New York. Specifically on the Upper East Side in a 3-bedroom apartment. That bail would have come with a $50 million price tag and some major restrictions on Diddy's house arrest. Inside the apartment, there would be 2 live-in guards and another guard downstairs.
Now, you know that he been trying to get that security team, you know, basically if he was able to get out, he would go stay in the apartment in New York and have 24/7 security with people that he paid. The judge said, you know, because the lawyer said, man, if you can't trust him, you can trust us. But the judge is like, hey, man, you know what I'm saying? We don't know if we can trust none of y'all. And he is absolutely not going to get on bond, get out on bond with no officers that he paid himself. You know what I'm saying? He paying or whatever. You know, if he's able to do all this stuff he was doing in jail, imagine what he'll do if he get out. Man, did you talk about how he refusing to leave his cell and so he can't serve by the prosecution? So he can't be served by the... I didn't know that he was refusing to leave his cell. EJ, thank you for that bit of information. I'm going to have to go back and check on that. We might talk about it tomorrow.
Diddy wouldn't be allowed to access any phones or the internet unless it was used to contact his legal team. And on top of all of that, there would be a vetted list of people approved to visit Diddy, including his legal counsel and, of course, his family. Diddy's attorney, Mark Agnifilo, said there was a 0% chance that Diddy would be violent if he was released, and even called the bail package a, quote, very, very rigorous set of conditions. This part is wild. He said it was even more strict than the NBC jail. But Judge Subramanian, he didn't bite on that, and Diddy's bail was denied for the 3rd time. According to a report from the Daily Mail, that's why Diddy had a breakdown.
Had a breakdown in jail.
Apparently said, quote, spending the holidays behind bars was a nightmare for him. If we're to believe all this, Diddy had a meltdown in his cell and begged the guards to take him to the hospital for observation, but they refused. This same friend or person told the Daily Mail, quote, he eventually managed to calm himself down with the meditation technique he's been using while he's been behind bars. It took him a few hours of deep breathing and focusing to get out of the bad space he was in, but he finally managed it. This isn't the first time Diddy's mental health has come into question while he's been at MDC. When he first arrived, he was on suicide watch, which the U.S. Department of Justice National Institute of...
If you know anybody out there that's trying to unalive themselves, man, make sure they reach out to that hotline. Most definitely no reason for anybody to unalive themselves. Yeah, man, most definitely that's not the move. This is for educational purposes only, man.
Corrections describes as supervisory precautions taken for suicidal inmates that require frequent observation. Diddy's suicide watch was only temporary, though. He was housed in a special protective unit of the jail after that for the first few weeks of his stay. But Diddy right now is in Gen Pop, meaning general population, the place where majority of the inmates stay. And that's where he apparently had this meltdown over the holidays, at least according to one source. Another source, though, disagrees with all of this. They say Diddy is staying strong in jail despite missing his family a great deal at Christmas, which is a time he often spends with his children. But however Diddy spent the holidays, there's still a lot of questions in the case of Sean Combs. So we're turning now to former federal prosecutor Nima Rahmani to talk all things Diddy. Nima, thank you so much for coming on with us today.
Of course, Sierra. Thanks for having me, as always.
Now, some of the reports are that P. Diddy had a breakdown or meltdown over the holiday.
Diddy thought he was going to be done got bail by now, Snack. That's what it was. He thought, that they weren't going to keep on saying he was a threat to the community. He hoped to be out before these times, but they didn't let him out. That's why he had a meltdown.
When he is still at MDC behind bars. What do you make of those reports? Could he have had this meltdown?
I believe the reports, and obviously Diddy is someone who's rich and famous and has lived a life of luxury for many years, and now he's in federal prison during the holidays. So this isn't someone who's a hardened criminal who has spent a lot of time in custody. So the fact that he's spending Christmas and New Year's and future holidays in prison is probably finally getting to him. So I'm not surprised that he cracked.
Yeah,
you're right. It's definitely a change of tune from his lavish mansions and the holiday season to what he's experiencing right now. As far as the mental health side of things, I remember when Diddy was first arrested, he was put on suicide watch. So obviously keeping tabs on his mental health. Here in this instance, he apparently was asking for the guards to take him to the hospital so he could be treated there. Is this something that we're going to keep an eye on, Diddy's mental health behind bars?
I think so, and obviously, we haven't seen him, but your colleague Elizabeth has reported that, he looks like he's lost some weight and he has some more gray and white hairs. I think it's taken a toll on him, and I think that he expected for some.
I think the gray hairs only come because, when you in the free world, you get to dye this stuff. You can dye it black. Nobody ever know you got no grays. But when you get to jail, they ain't got no hair dye in there. So as your hair begins to grow, that gray start to show because you ain't got no dye in jail. That's why he looked at grayer.
Some reason that he would be out on bail.
Already,
and obviously that hasn't happened. There were 3 different bail applications that were denied by 3 different judges, and ultimately they withdrew their appeal. So now that it's hitting him that Diddy's going to be in custody at least until May 2025, I think is just having a tough time coming to terms with it. Because like you said, here's someone that had multiple private jets, homes in New York, Miami, Los Angeles, and all of a sudden his only home is his prison cell. And he's not getting the Christmas dinner with his family that he had. And we all saw the video of him having to spend his birthday in prison as well.
You talked about the bail that had been denied 3 separate times.
We on Diddy right now, JP.
Maybe Diddy did have this meltdown because he expected at this point, heading into 2025, he would be back at home, at least on house arrest. You also mentioned how his team has withdrawn their appeal. Why do you think that is? They just kind of accepted that Diddy's going to be in jail until at least the jury trial?
I think they saw the writing on the wall and the fact that, Judge Subramanian would probably be the best judge just because he's a Democratic appointee. He doesn't have a criminal
might be from that Tussie,
background
Miss
as
Webber,
a defense attorney or a prosecutor. So here's not someone that has a really pro-prosecution perspective. He considered this bail application for 2 hours, and he still denied it. And normally when a district judge or a magistrate judge hears it,
and it's selling good, Ghetto, you know what I'm saying? It most definitely moving.
Bail motion, it's a de novo standard, which means for the first time. That means the previous applications, the denials, they don't have any precedential impact. But when you go up on appeal, Sarah, that changes. An appellate court can only reverse a lower court's decision on bail if it's an abuse of discretion. So they really have to defer to that lower court. So the chances of the bail application being granted on appeal were less because of the different standard. And also, we know the application has gotten worse because of Diddy's own conduct while he's in prison. We've talked about how he's used other inmates' PAC numbers and he's made these 3-way calls allegedly trying to intimidate witnesses. So not only do you have the bail denied because he's a risk of flight or danger to the community, but also because he's trying to obstruct justice and affect the integrity of the proceedings.
A lot going on even behind bars for Diddy. I know we talked, you and I believe, about those allegations that he was using other inmates' phone calls or their lines. You just mentioned it, to talk about things so that
I think it's in March. It's either in March or May, JP. I done forgot which one, but it's one of them. It's real soon. It's either March or May, one of the two.
prosecutors couldn't listen in. I'm sure that federal prosecutors are still keeping a very close eye on P. Diddy, his communication with the outside world, as it were. Do you think they're going to use any of this information at the coming trial?
I do, because if you're a prosecutor, you have to anticipate the defense in the case. And the defense in this case is clear that sexual contact happened, but it was consensual. So Diddy's defense team is going to do everything they can to convince the jury that even though the freak-offs happened, these were consensual sexual acts by adults. So how can they do this? They can do it through cross-examination to try to show that the victims who are testifying, they're lying. They can try to pay off the victims, either through an outright bribe or a civil settlement. I'm not accusing anyone of doing anything, but these are all possibilities. The government has raised the possibility that Diddy's trying to intimidate the witnesses so they change their testimony. Because obviously, we know, it doesn't matter what the victims say in their civil complaints or what they told the FBI or prosecutors. They have to take the stand, testify, and tell the jurors the exact same thing. So if these victims go sideways either before or during trial, that really helps Diddy in the defense.
Hey, all you business owners
Crazy,
or anyone
y'all.
thinking of a side hustle.
Diddy ain't getting out, y'all, unless he tell it.
Means you'll have more
Only
time.
way Diddy getting out is if he tell it, y'all. I don't think they gonna give him a bond no other way. He gonna have to take their deal, or he gonna have to sit there until he's found innocent, which probably ain't gonna happen.
And it's really highly anticipated because they're the ones who were victims in this situation. Is the defense really going to attack that? The fact that these people are bearing all, it's probably going to be very emotional for them or very difficult to talk about on a public stage. Do you think that's something that the defense is really going to focus on?
I think so. We know, at least in the civil complaints, one of the defense strategies has been to out the victims. Some of them want to remain anonymous, right? And the defense in almost every case has filed a motion to unmask the identity of the accusers because they think on the defense side that maybe people will be more hesitant to come and talk about their sexual assault or sexual abuse at a very public trial. It's hard for victims of abuse. So yeah, I do think the defense.
My boy says set to May 5th unapologetic, or whoever asked that question. Diddy's trial is set for May 5th.
Banking on
Shout
that.
out to
and
you.
We know that some of these acts happened years, sometimes even decades ago. So they're going to point out inconsistencies in any statements that they're making and argue that this shows that they're lying. And we've already seen it with a couple of the victims who have given statements already to the media. One was an interview with CNN. Another victim gave an interview with NBC. That victim, of course, being the Alabama woman who accused both Diddy and Jay-Z. And after those interviews, the reporters and the media outlets saw some inconsistencies, things that were incorrect in terms of maybe the dates or the locations of where things happened. And I think the defense is going to use that to say, well, these people aren't mistaken. They're outright lying. And the reason they're lying is they want fame, they want money. So we're going to see a very aggressive cross-examination in this case, Sierra.
The story that you brought up about Jane Doe, the woman who's accusing Diddy and Jay-Z from back in the year 2000.
Now, her situation was unique, like I told y'all. The Jane Doe lady who accused Jay-Z and Diddy of touching her basically had inconsistencies in her story. Y'all know we covered this. She had inconsistencies in her story. Jay-Z lawyer pointed it out. You know what I'm saying? When he did his PowerPoint, you know what I'm saying? The judge got mad, said he shouldn't have never did that. And they wanted her to disclose her identity. But that same judge said absolutely not. She ain't got to tell y'all nothing right now. And the case will proceed. Gave him a big slap in the face.
2000 when she was 13 years old. That one's huge because a judge in that case just ruled she could remain Jane Doe. So for now, at least, we don't know her name. If that's the case for some of these people that the government is going to call, how will Diddy's team prepare for cross-examination if they're not sure exactly who they are or what the experience was?
So it's a little bit different in remaining anonymous in a civil case. Ultimately, if a case does go to trial,
JP, not only do I think it's gonna be bigger than the R. Kelly, I know it's gonna be bigger. It's too many moving parts.
a victim will have to take the stand and testify in a public courtroom. Now, with respect to what the government is going to do in the criminal case, right?
This is gonna be the trial of the century, JP.
The government is not going to call more than 100 victims. That just doesn't make sense, right? The government is going to pick maybe their 5 to 10 best victims. Obviously, we know the best of all is going to be Cassie Ventura, just because there's a video and she was with Diddy for more than a decade. So she's their star witness. But after that, you want some other victims who are telling the same story of physical and sexual violence. So they're going to want victims that they think are telling consistent cases, victims that won't be beat up too much on cross-examination. Maybe that's a bad pun to use, but someone that can withhold the very aggressive attacks. I mean, we've seen just the filings in these cases, how aggressive both Combs and Jay-Z's lawyers have been when it comes to going after these victims. So you want to make sure that if you're a prosecutor, hey, this is someone that's going to hold up, because the entire case really comes down to this victim testimony. I mean, obviously, to the extent that there's video evidence,
he say Keefe D trial is in March, Diddy's in May. There's gonna be a couple of months of interesting things coming out already. Jalen, shout out to you for that.
That's great. That's the best of all, because video doesn't lie. But we're talking about sex acts that happen behind closed doors. So we really need the individuals who participated in them to come and tell their story to the jury. So I think the prosecution, like I said, is going to have maybe 5 to 10 of their best witnesses. So they're going to have to disclose those witnesses to the defense and any prior statements that they've made. Obviously, there's one-way disclosure in criminal procedure. The defense doesn't have to do anything. Prosecutors have to give over those names, give over those statements, so the defense will absolutely have the opportunity to prepare for the cross-examination.
We've talked about what we expect from both sides. The fact that Diddy's team is going to say, yeah, we had these freak-offs, but they were consensual. And then, as you just mentioned, the incredible testimony we can expect from the prosecution, these witnesses that were involved. So that's kind of what we can expect in May when it comes time for trial. But as of now, what are these federal prosecutors doing to prepare and make sure they have an airtight case?
Oh, my eyes just start burning, y'all. Y'all know this show number 2 for me, man. You know what I'm saying? Y'all, hey, look. Penny, I don't know, man. You're going to have to catch the live I did earlier.
They're really preparing those witnesses, and they're trying to establish one of 3 things. The difference between sex trafficking and consensual sex is force, fraud, or coercion. They are going through their victims.
Yeah, this is number 2.
How can I establish force? How can I establish coercion? Probably not so much fraud, right? Because ultimately, this case is about sex trafficking. You know, there's prostitution counts, and prostitution is different. Prostitution just means that the sex happened, but there was an exchange of something of value. But the feds aren't trying this case to convict Diddy of prostitution. They want to get to sex trafficking.
JP, I go live Monday through Thursday, 12 a.m., you know, basically until I get tired or we run out of info, you know, whatever. I do this Monday through Thursday, 12 a.m. Central Standard Time, man. Make sure you tap in with me, even if they don't. My boy say coffee time, huh? I already Mr. B. You know what I'm saying? But make sure you tune in with me Monday through Thursday, 12 a.m. Until. So even if YouTube don't send you your notification, you know that we'll be in here at 12 a.m. Monday through Thursday, 12 a.m. Central Standard Time. That's Monday through Thursday.
So their entire focus right now is to prove that the sex involved that force or that coercion, right?
Shout out to you, Mr. B, for that 5-piece.
Was there security? Were there weapons, right? That's why, even though he wasn't charged with the weapons violation, they really talked about the rifles, the assault rifles in the indictment. So I think that's going to be the focus of the Department of Justice in this case. How can we improve that force? How can we improve that coercion?
It's going to be interesting to see what they bring forward, because it does seem like they have a lot of evidence. I'm glad you brought up the weapons issue, because you're right, it wasn't a charge, but it's still in the court documents. Talking about the defense side of things, we've kind of inferred what their plan is, at least what we can expect. But as of right now, this next 5-ish months, what do you think the defense team is doing to prepare for the trial?
I think the defense has to go one of two ways. Either this was just purely consensual. I think that's going to be tough, because I expect that there will be sex workers involved. I think they're probably going to go and say, listen, this happened. There were payments made, but no one was forced to do this, right? Prostitution is common in every state in this country. And yeah, there were prostitutes there and they were paid. But no one was forced. No one was coerced to do this. They did this voluntarily. They did drugs.
These ages, though, 13.
Sex. It's a tale.
Yeah, Lola, the youngest one was a 9-year-old that accused Diddy. Said that was 9 years old at the time. So that 13 gets even lower. He gets down to 9. Lock them up. All rappers and producers of hip-hop, they are not good for the community. That can't be Mayor, y'all. I think that ain't Mayor, because Mayor most definitely be on Diddy's side. I'm just saying. Oh, that's another Mayor. I'm tripping. I read it wrong. Yeah, I'm getting tired.
As old as time, and I think that's what the defense is likely going to argue in this case.
I think a question on everyone's mind is, what kind of story is Diddy going to tell? Because we haven't heard much from him since his arrest, or even since the federal raids, which kind of gets me thinking, could P. Diddy take the stand? Is that something he would do? Obviously, it's up.
She asked, could he take the stand? I remember that his attorney, Mark, said that Diddy would testify on his own behalf. And matter of fact, he looks forward to taking the stand. I already know the answer to that. Why? Because I've been covering this since it started, but we'll see what they say.
Himself, the defendant in the case. But what do you think? Do you think that would be strong for the defense, or not a great idea?
I don't think it's a good idea, because the video, especially the 2016 video of him beating Cassie Ventura, is so bad. He's going to get destroyed on cross-examination. If I'm defending this case, and I wouldn't defend this case, it's a very difficult case, but if I were, I would just focus on going after the victims and cross-examining them. I think that's the only chance that Combs has. Because once you take the stand, the entire case comes down to the defendant's testimony. It's a very risky proposition in a case like this, where there's so much evidence against him.
As you pointed out, though, there are decades of accusations against P. Diddy, so he would probably have to go back into his brain. Okay, this was the year 2000. Here's what happened. I mean, I think you're right. I don't think we're going to see him on the stand. I am wondering, though, if we're going to see other celebrities on the stand. Jay-Z.
So now they said they don't think they'll see him on the stand. But like I said, I remember his attorney, that Mark dude, most definitely saying that Diddy wanted to testify on his own behalf, and he couldn't wait to take the stand. We'll just have to see how it plays out.
Is a name that we've recently heard in that Jane Doe filing, the woman we were just speaking of. She now named Jay-Z as one of the alleged rapists. Could we hear from him or other high-profile witnesses?
It's certainly possible. Anyone that attended one of these freak-offs, and certainly if they participated in it,
that's about the
absolutely
right there,
have their lawyer on speed dial, because they can be called as a witness. And, Jay-Z's been identified. There's been Celebrity B, who's also named in that same civil complaint as a witness. So I think we're going to hear more and more names. Obviously, there's a lot of...
Shouldn't they most definitely can use Cassie's video? This whole federal case really centers around Cassie. They said once the feds picked it up, the NDA that she signed no longer matters, so she can testify against Diddy, and they'll be able to use that video. So yes, they can use it.
Rumors and speculation out there. I don't want to repeat that, but I believe where there's smoke, there's fire, and I expect there to be more celebrities named in civil lawsuits soon.
That's something everybody's wondering. Who are we going to see that's called as a witness when this does go to trial? And as of right now, it's set for May, which is interesting because Diddy was arrested and charged back in September, so less than a year from that point until he goes to trial. What do you think? Do you think this May trial date is going to stay, that everyone can be prepared in time for that?
I think so. I think unless we get a superseding indictment charging sex trafficking of minors, for instance, or some of these obstruction of justice counts related to witness tampering, I think Diddy wants to go to trial as quickly as possible because he's in custody. I think it would be a very different story if Diddy was enjoying.
I'm too tired to sing the song, y'all. Get bless his name up out of here talking about you all being diddled. Nah, dog, you getting diddled. You getting diddled right up out of here in the outer space somewhere. I'm too tired to sing your song, but we'll see you later, dog.
His freedom, even if he was under house arrest, probably wouldn't see a trial until 2026. But being in custody is a major motivator for people to push their case to trial as quickly as possible. And as we've seen and heard, I don't think Diddy's doing too well in custody. So I don't think he's going to continue this just for the sake of doing so.
Really strong case from the prosecution. We can expect the same from the defense. Obviously a story we're going to follow then and until then. Nima Rahmani, thank you for coming on with us and talking about
Diddy's case is moving so fast because he asked for a speedy trial. That's why.
Diddy.
Thanks so much for having me, Sierra.
P. Diddy has pleaded not guilty to the federal charges against him, saying he'll prove his innocence in court. All that's supposed to go down in May when jury selection is set to begin in the federal trial. Reporting for Long Crime, I'm Sierra Gillespie.
All right, you know what I'm saying? So I most definitely fulfill that obligation when it comes to Diddy and his situation of him basically feeling like he being targeted, you know, as well as they covered him allegedly having a breakdown while inside of jail. I most definitely told y'all that like a day ago, 2 days ago about that whole situation, man. I most definitely think it's crazy. It's going to be something to see. The lady who basically accused him and Jay-Z of touching on her most definitely will get her day in court, and she gets to proceed on as a Jane Doe, man. You know what I'm saying? Gene Deal recently talked about Jay-Z and Aaliyah. Check this out.
Jay-Z should have kept his motherfucking mouth closed. Because everybody in the industry, they not going to tell you. They not going to get out and say that because we have this no snitching, no telling the truth, or don't say nothing type of culture. But everybody know in the industry that Jay-Z was talking to young girls. See,
they got it on Jay-Z now.
I know in 99 and early 2000, he was dealing with Beyonce. I didn't know Jay-Z was 30 years old though. And Beyonce was 17 and 18. See, Jack could have told it, but I saw it. Personally, I was there. At the clubs, at Eugene's, at the next games. Oh, Miss James might say, yeah, that's too old, Gene. Yeah, I'll beat a motherfucker ass trying to talk to my daughter. He that old. She's 17, 18 years old. This nigga in his 30s.
Oh, baby, just ignore them. True for them, mommy, listen.
Boy, that was loud. Scared the crap out of me. I bet it scared y'all too. Lord have mercy. So that was Gene Deal going off about Jay-Z, man. You know what I'm saying? Basically saying that he's no better than Diddy. You know, he like talking to young girls as well. I said, well, dang. You know what I'm saying? Let's check out this one.
So this is Jaguar Wright. At this point,
Jaguar Wright on Beyonce
Wright.
dropping the
Jaguar is
Carter
the
from her
#1
name.
whistleblower when it comes to the music industry in Hollywood. The reason Jaguar has become so popular is because usually when she says something, it usually happens. And now she is actually talking about Beyonce dropping her last name from Carter and going back to Knowles. Jaguar says we are about to see the War of Roses.
I think Giselle Knowles Carter just donated $100,000 to the Busby alma mater. Oh, interesting. And Mrs. Knowles, because she's now dropped the Carter. Do you know what I really think is going on? I think we're witnessing the beginning of the War of the Roses. Do you remember that movie War of the Roses with Michael Douglas and Kathleen Turner? And it was about this couple. They were together and they had this wonderful life, but then
Shout out to
it was just time for them to
Cheney
part ways.
for that $2.
The wife
Appreciate you,
outgrew the
Cheney.
husband. When I look at you lately, I just want to your facing. He wanted things to stay the same. She wanted things to change. I want a divorce. You can't have one. They waged war on each other. The divorce was catastrophic, and it ended up claiming the both of their lives fighting over property. House, car, boy, girl.
So this is Jaguar Wright.
Shoot.
At this point, everybody know who Jaguar Wright is.
Golly,
Jaguar
man,
is
every
the
time
number
they
one
do that, it
whistleblower
scared the
when it
heck
comes
out
to
of
the
me.
music industry.
So
and
basically, I
Hollywood.
didn't even know that Beyonce had dropped the Carter from her name. I didn't know that. Now I knew they had some strange stipulations to them getting married and stuff, like Jay-Z having to pay so much money for every baby that he had with Beyonce. I remember that. But that's crazy. All right, so let's check out this parody right here. Check this out with 50 Cent now.
Man, 50, I see why you and Cat Williams ain't want me going to no Diddy parties. This all making sense now?
And, you know, you see things like the white party with P. Diddy, and then they have a little baby like in a sandwich. Like they're hugging them from the front and the back.
Man, that was some crazy work, man. That was, from the front and the back is diabolical.
That's just out of line.
They caught my boy slipping, dog. They shouldn't even posted them photos. So I'm going to go and address the elephant in the room. Jay, they saying you and Diddy ran a train or something on a teenager or something back in the day? That happened? That's what they saying, man. It don't really sound believable. I don't really be believing everything they be saying. Some of them seem like they just trying to get some money.
I have this thing where I'm conflicted when it takes you 20 years to remember something happened to you.
Hey, though, y'all ever been to one of Diddy freak-offs, Jay?
Well, like, you can ask me questions about dancing around us.
Jay-Z is setting Diddy up. Sean Carter, you're a piece of shit. Taking Pimp C wasn't bad enough. You can't even control your wife.
Hey, Jaguar, I think you better chill before Beyonce reach over there and lay hands on you. You know Beyonce and them kind of gangster.
I am quite gangster, I should say.
We can pull over now and let y'all kiss them hands right quick. What's that?
Skirt.
Oh, she being sarcastic, Jaguar. She think you can't fight, man. Beyonce, since Jay don't want to tell us, have y'all ever been to one of Diddy parties?
Come on, Beyonce, think of something.
That's just so far out of bounds, brother.
Man, 50, I see why you and Cat Williams ain't want me going
so
to no Diddy
you out of
parties.
bounds, brother. Man, listen, man. Y'all most definitely got to double tap that screen, man. Hit that like button. You know what I'm saying? Most definitely subscribe to the channel if you new. We on the road to 19K. We at 18.6. Every subscribe matter. So subscribe, man. I brought y'all what was going on with Diddy. You know what I'm saying? I brought y'all about the dude Jabbar, driving over them people in New Orleans. I told y'all about the Tesla truck exploding in front of Trump Tower. You know what I'm saying? I most definitely fulfilled each and every one of my obligations as of my thumbnail as well as my title, man. You know what I'm saying? I hope you found some information that you did not know. You know, we've been sitting in here for about 4 hours. You know, I most definitely gave y'all everything that's as far as the things that I've been paying attention to in the news, man. I see a lot of y'all keep on coming in reporting about this New York situation that's going on with supposed to be like a mass casualty situation from a nightclub there where 11 people got unalived. But unfortunately, the only people that's covering that right now is the foreign YouTube stations, the people over in India. I don't know how they got to report on U.S. news before the U.S. news report on it, but hey, that's what's going on. So probably by later on today, they'll be letting us know something that goes on, that what's going on with the situation in New York. And as they let me know, I'll let y'all know. So make sure if you subscribe to this channel, you got your notification bell set to all so you don't miss nothing. That way, anytime I press this button, you'll know. You know what I'm saying? If you don't know, we here Monday through Thursday for sure, 12 a.m. Central Standard Time until I get tired or either run out of information to present. But we most definitely get it in Monday through Thursday, 12 a.m. Central Standard Time. Make sure you pull up and holler at your boy. You know what I'm saying? Nikki talking about New York. I hear you. Yeah, man. I'm just saying, though, man. I hope y'all found out some things y'all did not know, man. Yeah, listen to this. Check this out. Now, this says scientists invent oxygen particles that, if injected, allows you to live without breathing, y'all. You know what I'm saying? They talking about how smart humans ain't. You know what I'm saying? We very smart. Where else can you get a shot, you know what I'm saying, that allows you to breathe without breathing? Only in America, man. You know what I'm saying? That's what I need. Yeah, you will be able to breathe without breathing. They give you a shot, you can breathe without breathing. Yeah, man. And if you thought that was strange, I got another one for you. Hold on. Yeah, if you thought that was something, that ain't nothing. Wait till I show you this before I get up out of here. Hold on. This the one I'm looking for? No, I already showed y'all that one. That was with the Wi-Fi. They're going to now use your Wi-Fi to charge your electronic devices without, like, you won't need a charger anymore. Your Wi-Fi will charge it for you. Korean researchers find cancer undo button, turn tumor cells to normal ones, y'all. You know what I'm saying? So basically, they out here trying to find cures to cancer. You know what I'm talking about? And they have perfected a way, you know, to turn the bad tumors into normal ones. You know what I'm saying? They also, I seen on another one, they can turn the cancerous cells that's within your body back to normal cells and make them function as normal ones do. So it's looking like we're nearing an end to cancer, y'all. You know, basically coming up with a cure. If you did not know this as well, before I go, Russia is preparing to issue out free shots to the people who need it to get rid of their cancer. They're going to give the shot away for free in Russia. They done came up with some form of a technique to do it as well, man. That's crazy. Yeah, man, it's a lot going on when it comes to technology, man. You know, sometimes I feel like they don't give humans the credit that they need. You know, when it comes to things like that, they always talking about what we can't do, this and that. But man, whether you know it or not, humans are incredibly smart, man. And yeah, man, we be doing all type of stuff. From months to hours, new physics engine trains robots 430 times faster than reality. These things right here, they training these things to go to war. Y'all think it's a game. I'm telling y'all, watching the near future, Elon Musk talking about it's going to be billions of these robots for the simple fact they training these things to be the ones that go to war so that U.S. citizens don't have to no more. You know what I'm saying? There will come a time where you will no longer have to lose human lives on the battlefield because they're going to start sending these robot cyborgs and these robot things and them robot dogs to go fight. Watch what I tell you. Watch what I tell you. I'm willing to. Who want to bet? Who want to bet? I bet you right now. It's going to be a military full of robots. When they go to fight these wars, they're going to send these robots and not humans. Anybody want to bet out there? Any takers? Even if I don't live to see it, I guarantee you it's going to happen. I'm being a psychic right now. I'm predicting the future. Watch what I tell you. It's going to be like our robot. You know what I'm saying? They're going to say, oh, China wants some static. They're going to send the robots. China going to send their robots because they doing the same thing we doing. You know what I'm saying? They going to have their military ready. Everything going to be robots. Watch what I tell you. Penny, I saw an article yesterday that said 60% more women than men will be sleeping with robots. I seen that too, EJ. You know what I'm saying? Remember I told y'all that too. When they said Kim K had one of them robots And then they showed her in the car, sitting in the robot lap. And I said, man, that ain't gonna be all she gonna be doing with that robot. They most definitely said that, EJ, you right. They said in the future, women will be sleeping with robots. You know what I'm saying? And at first they may feel uneasy about it, but as they build a bond with the robot, you know what I'm saying? The shakiness or the uneasiness will go away. And in the future, you know what I'm saying? So I guess they gonna use the robots to replace your man. Just think of it. You know what I'm saying? You wanna do the horizontal poker, the robot don't get tired. It just keep going and going and going and going like the Energizer Bunny. But I'm gonna get up off of that, man. But I'm telling y'all, watch what I tell y'all about with these whenever we have to go to battle. They gonna send them robots. And some of y'all out there gonna be having little robot boyfriends. But that ain't none of my business. You know what I'm saying? Y'all like to be having them roses and all that right there in the machines where you gonna get you a whole machine that can pick you up and spin you around. Man, let me stop. I'm tired. Yeah, man. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Anybody that sent the super chat, a super sticker, you know what I'm saying, a cash out, just know you are most definitely appreciated. Shout out to everybody that subscribed to the channel. You know what I'm saying? All my new subscribers, all my old subscribers. Shout out to anybody that grabbed a membership. Shout out to anybody that gifted a membership. You know what I'm saying? Most definitely appreciate that. And always remember, I ain't nothing without y'all. It ain't a content creator on YouTube that's anything without subscribers. We most definitely need y'all like some of y'all need us, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm most definitely grateful to have the ones that I got. I appreciate y'all spending this time with me. Make sure you pull back up on me tomorrow. We gonna do it all again. You know what I'm saying? We most definitely gonna get to it. My head done said bye 3 times already. Pandy, you know I'm finna get up out of here. I'm just saying. Hit that like button on your way out if you didn't hit it on the way in. I know you most definitely got some information that you did not know. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, man, y'all already know how this go. I don't know, Penny, how I'm feeling, but I'm most definitely money motivated. You know what I'm saying? It could be show number 3. Just depend on how my cash app looking. If not, I catch y'all tomorrow. The ones who know, Penny. I did a live early on the other channel. You know what I'm saying? You can most definitely go. I know you got a membership. You can go hit the replay. You know what I'm saying? If not, but I'm just saying, let me get up out of here. Shout out to y'all, man. I'll see y'all later. Pull up on me tomorrow. I'm out of here. And with that being said, Sidewalk Gang, checking out. Y'all be safe out there, man. I'm gone. I'm either gone to my other channel or I'm going to sleep. I check my cash app. We'll see what happens. Holla at y'all. I'm out of here.